Okay. This is my first time streaming in a while here. We're gonna see what happens. Might have had some issues with YouTube. I can check on that in a sec. It does look a little stretched. That's okay. I'm not too worried about that. This is always a crapshoot. I don't do this often enough. I'm trying to get back into it. I did a bit of a cleansing on my channel, actually. But yeah, we're gonna play one of my favorite games. Just have a nice chill time. I used to just kind of... This is actually my first time doing face cam too. Wow, there's a lot of firsts today. I used to just kind of... I don't know. I would just be like, I want to play this, and I'd play something, and that'd kind of be it. I know that seems... Even that seems vague, but like... I would just kind of be like, hey, I feel like playing this game, and I would stream it, and like nobody watched me because I didn't have any kind of a consistent schedule, and I didn't really have anything that I was doing. So I'm gonna try out some new stuff. We'll see if it works out or not. If it doesn't, it's whatever. What the hell? Okay. But I don't even know how to categorize this video because this is like gonna be a little different than what I usually do. Let's see if I have memory card space. That's what I... Oh, fiddlesticks. Guess we'll find out. It'll be fine. I have memory card space somewhere, that's for sure. So this is gonna be super casual. This is just a means to an end because I wanted to try something different. That is probably... I want to say like maybe a little bit less popular, generally speaking. But like, I wasn't really getting anyone watching before, so I don't really have much to lose where this is concerned. I wanted to start doing some more current event organized kind of things. I want to actually like just kind of play a game and talk to people about whatever. And be a little bit more open about just my opinions on... Man, I can't talk about this without being like incredibly vague. But I have avoided this topic mostly before. Mostly just intentionally. Like, but I feel like I want to start delving more into like politics and philosophy and how people feel about life and current events and what have you, and just kind of talk about shit that's unrelated to the game that I'm playing, and kind of be like less of a let's player and more just kind of... I don't know. I like talking to people. I like my streams being more social than they are like just getting my commentary on whatever's happening. I mean, I can talk about that too, of course, but like, just want to be more open-ended on whatever, you know. Just kind of curate a space where we can just chat, talk about, I don't know, life. I'm also super distracted because my ADHD brain is like in full swing right now, but yeah, this is one of my favorite games. I've played it on this channel before. I got like halfway through like an emulator run about a year ago or so. I don't know. I just never finished it, and now I have an Elgato and an HDMI splitter because apparently I needed that too to capture PS3. But like I have like a virtual console copy of this on PS3 that I figured would be a little bit more authentic. And I'll play this game like literally any day of the week. It's like one of the first games I ever played, and I love it. Warts and all, it's a pretty fun game to just kind of sit down and play through. But I don't know. We'll see how a couple oh, excuse me. We'll see how a couple streams of this goes, and I might delve into some stuff that's a little bit more popular. That's been another problem I've had in the past. Like, I'm not trying to do this as like a job or anything, but like, I mean, like, there is like a baseline. I'd like to have people watching my streams. That would be very cool if that happened. And I think we've been streaming long enough that it should have shown up on YouTube now, if I check. So excuse me while I verify that. Okay. Show me the money. Come on, show me my account. Don't be shitty. Yeah, I bet this isn't going to stream to YouTube. There was some weirdness with that. Like, I tried to... I don't know why there was an issue there. We're in it now. I can just upload this to YouTube later. No biggie. I usually don't get much in the way of viewers from that platform anyways. I'd like to change that too, obviously. So yeah, for anyone who hasn't played this game, we'll keep the commentary going just in case you watch this after the fact. For anyone who hasn't played this game, basically, you're in medieval RPG world. There are dragons. There's a war. You play spiky hair, red armor protagonist dude, Dart. And he's just kind of chilling. And then these soldiers show up. And then fucking big dragon hours. When I first played this, I thought I was actually doing something here. Because I was like 8. And I thought that I was controlling the character right now. But yeah. Well, a cutscene. Oh yeah, this game has fucking banging music. Like, it's really good. That might be nostalgia talking on my part, but I do really enjoy the music in this game. You also have to tell me how good it looks. Just... Oh yeah, I should probably make sure that that's a thing. These are showing, right? White box. Doesn't tell me much in the way of information here. Oh, he just keeps banging on the wall unless I click. It's funny. I didn't realize that. Oh, I see. There it is. Yeah, everything's showing. Cool. That's all I care about. Those are above the Elgato. Okay, great. That's all I care about. Don't mind me as I kind of fiddle with some shit here. I just have my resource monitoring kind of set up. That's really all the info I need. Okay. Mute. That's cool. Apologies. I'm just gonna get this in a way that just if everything ends up fucked, I want to know why. It should be fine. I only run into... My computer's not like a monster or anything. It's I've got like a GTX 1060. None of that matters because I'm the This is all done on a PS3, which I'm going to try to do as much as possible now that I have an Elgato. Oh god, your face is like 1 pixel. Wonder if that changes if I turn off. I'm going to see what happens if I turn off smoothing. Sorry folks. Just want to check this out real quick. See if that looks better or worse. Oh, the same. Alright, cool. I can't adjust anything else because we're in it now. So yeah, soldiers torched his village. Won't be anything left by now. Oh yeah, whatever. Not like a spoiler or anything. And she has a little glowy thing. The visual design in this game is pretty cool. Like, I'd love to see... And this game has a pretty sizable cult following. But, like, I'd love to see... excuse me. Jesus. Indigestion today. I'd love to see this remastered, remade, what have you. Because, like, the art direction in this game is pretty spectacular. Alright, now we're in it. Okay. Blah blah blah. Yada yada yada, let's fight. Evil soldiers are evil. We're the enemy soldiers, so we're bad. We are evil motherfuckers who don't value human life. That are gonna get taken on by Chad mercenary Dart. I'm just happy to have like all of the... I had to do so many different like purchases to get all this stuff. Like I'd do my whole setup and then I'd need a splitter and then I'd get the splitter and I'd forget to get another HDMI cable. Alright. For those of you who don't know, if you want to stream PS3, only PS3 to my knowledge, although maybe this goes for Xbox 360 too, the HDMI signal is encrypted, so you have to buy like this weird Chinese like HDMI splitter, and it's like what, like 20 bucks, 10-20 bucks, but you have to buy this like cheap HDMI splitter that will, in the process of splitting your signal, also like undecrypt it, since it has to pass through the device. So then you can run it into anything, but it requires you to have another HDMI cable, since you have to run in and out of that, and in and out of the Elgato. So I got that without getting the extra cable, so then I had to wait another week, and yeah. I also have this going through an M Classic, which I'm curious... I think blue is... Green is classic and blue is... Yeah, I have an M Classic that I bought. I want to see what that does, if you'll forgive me real quick. I lose the signal for a split second. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't really have much of an effect, because it's a PS1 game, so... Whatever. Sorry, I just wanted to play with that for a sec. I don't really notice a difference. That was... Those two blackouts were me turning it on HD and then off. Right now it's on the retro setting. It doesn't really do a lot. At least, not that I notice. Maybe it looks better on the stream. It does a lot with, like, PS2 games. But, like, when you're this, like, low polygon, like, pixelated, there's, like, no making it... And people have done some impressive stuff, don't get me wrong, but, like, there's no, like... You have to do the hard work through, like, an emulator or something, which is, admittedly, a category I don't know a ton about. Like, I barely know how emulators work at all. I know enough to, like, know when I can't run something, basically. Oh, cool, great. So now I can just... Perfect. Hey, what's up, bud? How you doing? You can now see my beautiful face. Due to new developments in technology, I now have face cam. I did just save, right? I always forget. I might make chat a little bit bigger, actually. Yeah, why not? Yeah, that's probably good. We'll call that good. Yeah, yeah, I'm alright. I'm here. Trying out a bit of a new format here. I actually deleted a lot of my old content because it either looked like garbage or just was not... I don't know. I've been doing this for like 4 years now. And, rather than like go through hours and hours of shit, I just was kind of like, you know what, I'm just going to start fresh here. Now that I kind of know what I'm doing now. I don't want someone to look through my old content and be like, wow, this is really bad. But I'm gonna try to do this more regularly. Yeah, it's yeah, it looks much better. I think it was a good decision. There just wasn't like a lot worth salvaging. Like now that I have like an actual streamer setup and I've figured out what I'm doing with mic placement and like I had like a good mic, but like I'm a dirty, disgusting mouth breather for some like my I just can't breathe through my nose very well. So like whenever I would do streams, even with like a windscreen on the mic, you would just hear me like breathing into the mic like the whole time. It was just really unsettling. So I'm just fiddling around with the new setup. I don't know how the mic sounds. It might sound a little distant. But I can always play with that. I played around with mic placement for a really long time, and then I found like some really successful YouTubers that just have like a Blue Yeti that's like almost like behind them, that's just thrown on Omni and have, like has the gain cranked up, and that's it. So like, I don't know. I'm trying that now, basically. Like specifically, I started watching Internet Comment Etiquette, which if you haven't seen any of his stuff, it's really fucking funny. But like that's all he has is like this cheap ass Blue Yeti mic that's just beside him, and it's turned on like Omni or some weird pattern, and then it's just there, and his videos sound really good. So like, I don't know. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Always good to see you. Let's see. I mean to keep doing this. Promise this isn't going to be a regular thing, but I want to see if I'm fucking streaming. Obviously Twitch is working. But like my channel on YouTube should also be streaming. It totally isn't. What the fuck, man? I don't know why YouTube is such a pain in the ass with this. Like, I don't want to have to directly stream to... Like, I want to be able to use Streamlabs and not have to, like, directly manually do this every time. Which, it just seems to not go very well. The last couple times I've done this, my stream didn't post for, like, 10 minutes after I started. Like, it just didn't show up. But, yeah. So far, no one has ever watched on YouTube anyways, so I'm not super concerned about it, but I do want to figure it out, because I don't want that to be a permanent thing. Okay. Oh yeah, other dude runs away. We do a couple slashes and then this fight's over. I have lost count of the amount of times that I've played through the beginning of this game. Definitely sound decent. Good. Sorry, I don't have my glasses. I keep neglecting chat. Glad I sound decent. That is the bar in which I'm trying to meet. Because apparently that's all I've needed. I've just been super overthinking it, which is something that I chronically do. It doesn't have you showing up as a viewer for some reason. It still says 0 viewers. And that's it. That's the first fight. Sorta, kinda a joke. But it's a pain in the ass if you don't understand combos. Just like knowing... Yeah, it still says 0 viewers for some reason. Maybe if I could hit refresh chat. No. Oh, it also... It doesn't matter. The multi-stream doesn't matter. I'm only streaming to one place right now. Yeah, it still says 0 viewers for some reason. That's whatever. I don't really care. I know you're here. And that's all that really matters. I should have put my contacts in before this. You're like my #1 fan, Super. I think you just kind of hang out on Twitch more, maybe though, which is that's not to diminish that statement. I super appreciate you always kind of like a good, I'm gonna say like good 70% of the time you're like watching my stream within an hour, which is pretty rad, and I do appreciate that a lot. But I also think that you're more of a Twitch person. Like I know Jim's pretty much only on when he's streaming himself, or when I explicitly ask him to watch. I'm also not on Facebook right now, which definitely hurts my viewership, since like pretty much everyone who was watching me was like people who knew me personally. But I don't know. The benefits of not having a Facebook. Oh yeah. Yeah, the benefits of not having a Facebook like really hardcore outweigh like any potential drawbacks. Like that was just a really toxic platform for me to be on. It was taking up all my time, and it was also really stressful. Because you're just constantly dealing with just all of this like negativity and cynicism, and just it's just like a lot to deal with, especially me being a bit like sensitive to that kind of stuff in the first place. Yeah, I've actually become more of like a Redditor recently because it gets me the memes without the bullshit, which is nice. And if someone posts something stupid, it gets buried in the comments just because people downvote it. So like Reddit's been pretty awesome. I've been a lot more active on there. But like as far as like what I miss most about having a Facebook is like having people to talk to. It's been a little bit lonelier, but like it's kind of like a thing that I use as a replacement for real life friendships anyways, and like I don't get the same things out of it that I would at like a real life, like hanging out with someone and talking to them. It's not the same thing. So like I don't know. And like it's kind of a shitty time to have that opinion, because that's like all we have right now. Like it's not like I can go to a bar or an open mic or something and meet people. I'm kind of stuck. Like, I kind of don't leave my apartment for days at a time because all I do is schoolwork. Like, I buy groceries every few days, and then I just work on school shit, and that's it. What have you been up to, though? How's life been treating you? Boop. Shayna sad. Shayna very sad. Oh, you're not working anymore. Did you, what happened there, if, you don't mind getting too personal? What, Yeah, Discord's pretty cool. And most of my friends are on Discord, too. I've been meaning to do more of the movie night thing that we were doing for a while. It just kind of was, like, a bad time to start it, because then, like, I either ended up busy or there was some kind of thing. Like, it was, like, several weekends after the fact I was busy, and then... Oh, you had to quit. Yeah, it's like several weekends after the fact I was busy, and then Thanksgiving's next week, and then I have to deal with finals with school, and it's just like, it's just a bad time to... There's someplace I can heal, right? Is there an inn in Celis? I think there is. Why'd you have to quit? Or you certainly don't have to talk about this either, but I'm just asking out of curiosity. Has to be somewhere I can heal and sell this. I'm being super greedy. I don't want to use my health potions. And this guy tells me about combos. This aggressively purple lady. Guardian of the Limestone Cave. Cool, that won't be relevant for another, like, several hours. Is there something I can do over here, maybe? That looks like a door. Oh, it's a fake door. Real fake doors! Oh, damn, okay. But you quit, though, so that's gotta be rough. Because I'm assuming you're not getting any help, from the government because of that. Such a bullshit policy. I know, like, a lot of people who have just been, like, forced into quitting because the company's greedy and doesn't want to fire them, so they'll just make their life absolutely miserable until they cave and quit. It's really crappy. Like, it should be acceptable that, like, yeah, I know that feeling where it's just like, you know what, it doesn't even matter. Just, like, I'd rather... I mean, a mutual friend of ours had the same experience recently. Where she was working somewhere for a while, and it was, like, good money, but it was such a shitty job that she just was like, you know what, fuck this, no notice, I'm quitting, bye. And she was like, it doesn't even matter that I don't have money or unemployment. It's just like, my mental health matters, so fuck that. Which I totally get. Like, there is admittedly a bit of a privilege in making that kind of a decision. Like, it's nice to be in that position where you can do that, where you have the wiggle room to just be like, you know what, I have time to look for a job. I don't want to be doing this. But you know what, fuck it, man. Gotta look out for you. That line just makes no sense to me. Fucking... In these troubled times, you have to protect yourself from a squirrel, apparently. He felt very threatened by this squirrel. But yeah, I'm glad you're. You seemed like pretty miserable at that job, just in general. So what's freelance look like for you? Like, what do you just what's that look like? How are you making money? You know, are you making money, etc., etc. Oh, I'm great. I have 6 healing potions. I don't need any of this shit. Charm potions are useless. I have 3 burnouts. Charm potions are good for one thing and one thing only, and that is speedruns. That's fair. That's good, and it's also nice. It's also nice to be partnered. It's also nice to have like someone who can pick up the slack a little bit just when you fall on hard times. Like it's nice to have that kind of support. Like even I'm aggressively single right now, but like if I don't make rent, I am privileged enough to rent from my parents right now, so it's not a big deal. Like I do have like that social safety net too. That's really nice. What do you say? Oh, I made a mistake. Gonna teach me how to use items. Okay. Oh yeah, I haven't. Nothing. Oh right, I can skip all this. Great. Cool. Rad. You can see my like sketch ass setup right now. I have all of my gaming shit in here. So I have a PS4. I have a PS3 on top of a PS2 on top of a PS4. That is currently on my desk. And before there was a Switch dock on top of that too, but that's pretty light. But like the PS4 looks to be handling all that weight pretty well, but I definitely feel like I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing. Yeah, my setup's like... I need to clean off my desk because I have so much shit on my desk now. It was like... There's not like more shit on my desk. It's more that like existing shit on my desk just became a lot more compressed and now it's just like unlivable. But yeah, I can take some pics at some point too to illustrate all of this. But like I have a pretty big desk, which is good. And I have all my consoles and stuff on my desk. I have an Elgato now. I have an M Classic, which is pretty neat. That's like the little upscaler flash drive looking thing that you can run HDMI signal into. That will upscale like PS2 and PS3 games. It doesn't really do much for PS1 because the pixel, there's just too few pixels for it to look good. It'll just kind of smooth out your face, which is kind of what it does with this game. But like I have the upscaler, which is pretty neat. I have a component upscaler for like really retro stuff as well. And yeah, I have the cabling to make all of that work. So I've got like a pretty good setup now. And my webcam's like over a decade old and also looks pretty decent still, so that's cool. Like it's like I've had it since I've had this computer, which was like 2011, and it still looks alright, so so that's neat too. Yeah, it's a pretty bitchin' setup now. I just haven't had time to really break it in because I'm so busy. Although I'm gonna start streaming with Laura and Britt soon. Or at least that's the plan. Our schedules haven't lined up because me and Laura could easily do it, but Britt's very busy. Britt still works a full-time job, unlike me, who is a full-time student, and Laura, who is a freelancer. So, like, Britt's schedule is pretty hard to plan around. Oh, it's gonna be great. I'm really excited because Laura hasn't played, like, Laura really likes video games, but I think she's been, like, I mean, she's played games as a kid, but, like, she's been more of a gamer as an adult. Like, there's a ton of stuff, like, a ton of really popular stuff that Laura has never played. So, like, I already want to just, like, there's just so much, like, stuff that I want to throw. Like, imagine playing, like, I'm trying to think of some good ones, because it's, like, so many things. Imagine, like, in 2020 or 2021 or whenever this happens, seeing someone play Ocarina of Time for the first time, or Final Fantasy VII. Imagine someone playing through Final Fantasy VII who doesn't know, and I'm not going to be spoiler free on this because in case she watches it, but, like, who doesn't know the plot twist in Final Fantasy VII, like the big, like, the Luke, I am your father of fucking video game spoilers, like she doesn't know any of that. She hasn't played any of those games, so it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be like, I don't know. It's the same level as, like, I don't know if you're a big Game Grumps fan, but, like, Danny's kind of the same way. Like, there's been several games where, like, there's just commonly known things that he's never experienced, and you get to watch him, like have that childlike reaction to be like, wait, that's a thing? Oh shit! Like, it's just, I love that kind of stuff. I think that that's gonna be, yeah, like, that's, like, the best, that's, like, the closest you can get to experiencing something for the first time, is watching someone else do it. Which is why I'm horribly annoying with that when I'm dating someone. Like, if I date someone that's going well, eventually, inevitably, I'm gonna be like, you have to play all my favorite things, and I get to watch you react to it. Which has varying degrees of success depending on who the partner's been. Back when I was with well, you know Carly, but, like, no one else will. Back in like early college, like my early college girlfriend, who I was with for a couple years, I did that with her, and she played through most of Final Fantasy X, all of Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, and, like, a bunch of other shit, and she loved it. It was awesome. My last partner was a lot less into it, which is fine. They don't have to be. But I tried to get them to play Undertale, my last partner, and they laughed when they killed Toriel, and they laughed when it happened, and I was immediately like, oh, you're a sociopath. And that kind of ended that playthrough, because I was like, no, I don't want to watch you play through this game, because, like, oh my god, how do you do that? You know? You probably already know who I'm talking about. I'm gonna be chill and not, like, bring up their name, because that ended a little bit less. That did end well. Yeah, you do. I've streamed with them before too, although those streams are now gone. Along with everything else I've done on here. I actually realized that one of the streams I did with them was Brothers, and then Jasper, who was my last partner, I also did a stream of Brothers on the same Twitch, like on my same channel, like 2 years later. I didn't even think about it, and then I saw that after the fact. I was like, oops, probably shouldn't have done that. Although he enjoyed the fuck out of it, so yeah, it doesn't matter. But it was just kind of fun. That's the dream, though, man. Like, I definitely, like, I'd love to have a partner that I could just stream with and just be chill with, and like have that kind of a relationship where we just do shit together. I don't know what that item is up there, but it can't be that important. I'm thinking about getting back into Overwatch again too. I played. Yeah, that's a tough thing. I feel like I set the bar too high too. Like, there aren't like deal breakers with me necessarily, but there's like so many different things that I'm looking for, and I feel like some of them like just like work against each other. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being too hard on myself. But like, oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm into like weird shit. I'm into stuff that's a little harder to get into. Like, I could totally... I mean, I'd still be down to playing anything. Like, I'd love to play, like, a co-op Stardew Valley with someone. That'd be neat. I'm not, like, picky on, like, what kind of games I would end up playing, but, like... My tastes are... I'm into, like, nerd shit. Like, I'm playing Legend of Dragoon for the second time on this channel. Like, this was like one of the first games I ever played. And I'm just a huge JRPG nerd in general. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can't remember, like, I know I've played against you in fighting games, but I can't remember what the result was. I feel like I probably got my ass kicked because I'm just kind of terrible at them, except for like Smash. Smash is funny because like people who are like avid fighting game players, I like fucking body in Smash. Like I beat the shit out of them, and then they like just destroy me and everything else. Like you, well, you're not bad at Smash. You've got a lot of practice in, but like Jim and Karan are both like Jim's super into Blaze Blue and Street Fighter and all this stuff, and Karan's like a big Mortal Kombat and Justice. Like both of them destroy me in anything we play, except for Smash. And in Smash, it's the exact opposite. Like they can never win against me, and it's really funny. But yeah, I can't remember. I think I played. I remember playing you in like Street Fighter X Tekken like several years ago. But it's been a while. Oh, are we low on health again? I have not been paying attention to this game at all. That's actually kind of why I picked it, because I can just kind of, like, absent-mindedly play through it. And I want to actually, like, talk to people and or provide some good commentary. But, like, I've done this so many times. I'll probably accidentally die, like, several times over. Which is funny, because I like... There's a lot of Let's Players I follow. Well, one in particular. I watch a lot of Game Grumps. I just think they're funny people, and they're, you know, genuinely nice and kind-hearted, you know, people. And whatever, they're super chill, and sometimes they do funny shit. But anyways, like... There's like a thing where everyone gets like furious at Aaron for not paying attention, like me among them, and like, yeah, what's the potion? Then I'll stream and I'll do something really incredibly stupid because I'm focused on like talking to people, and my head's not really in the game, and I'm like, oh okay, I get it. Like, it's hard to do that. It's hard to be entertaining outside of like the thing you're doing, and also focus on that thing. But I also imagine it's very frustrating for people watching the game to see you make really dumb mistakes. But I know this game like the back of my hand at this point, so... Like, Fuck. Yeah, it's like hard. It's like a hard middle ground to find, because like, I do one or the other. Either I'm really focused on the game and I'm just boring as shit to watch because I won't. It would almost be better if I wasn't talking at that point, because the things I'm just saying are just like mumbly nonsense. Because I'm just kind of flatlining, because all of my focus is just on what I'm doing. And the exact opposite can happen where like I just am not paying attention to the game because I'm too engaged in like conversation with someone. Like this. If I'm not paying attention to this, I'll totally get caught. Yeah, we'll see how far we get. I'm planning on streaming for quite some time. I've already been at it for an hour. Wow. Lower the gate. Open the gate. Close the gate. Open the gate a little. Oh boy. I love the sound effects in this area. There's just like this like low bit sound effect of some dude getting whipped in the background, and it just sounds really silly and like it probably sounded cool at the time of release, but it just sounds really silly now. Like, it's kind of funny. Fucking let's fight the dude. Where's the dude? Oh, here we are. Hello. I'm discovered. Yeah, I don't know what your experience is with this game. The localization's pretty bad. It's passable. Like, it's not something I noticed as a kid, which I guess is all that really mattered. But, like, there are two things about this game that are pretty bad, and it's the localization and the voice acting are both really bad. In the realm of, like, being passable, well, the localization's passable. The voice acting is just terrible. It's just really cringy. And just, there's not much of it, thankfully, because this is a PS1 game, but, like... The more I play through this game, the more I'm like, whoa, like, there's some real awkward phrasing in here. Like, I'd hesitate to say the writing is bad, because that would be... I don't think that that's the case, but... It certainly wasn't localized super well. It was before that was... Like, there were high standards for that, though. Or at least it was about the time where that shift started to happen. Like... Savey. I want to see how far I can get in this stream. Because, like... If we go 4 hours, I bet I can get almost halfway through the first disc, which is way further than I used to be able to get. I bet I can get like a Dragoon stone in this first video. Fuck, where'd I go? Is there some over here? I feel like there is. Okay. Oh, just a burnout. Okay. Cool. Good enough for me. There's always a ton of items that I miss in this area the first time. The second time, it's like essential that you scour the place for items. Because one of the items you get, like, basically makes, like... The second time you come here is before one of the hardest boss fights in the entire game. like, literally is harder than, like, everything in the second disc, most everything in the third and fourth disc. Like, it's probably in, like, the top 3 or 4 hardest boss fights, because the dude's just a truck, and he just absolutely eviscerates everyone in your party. And if you don't get a specific item, the fight is, like, impossible. Or at least it's very difficult without grinding a ton. We're just gonna go this way and say fuck it. Like, even now, I remember, like, fighting this boss and being like, wow, I barely made it through, like, with the skin of my teeth. Okay. Go fuck yourself. Okay. I'm considering doing some more popular games, though, just to generate some sort of an audience. Like, I really just want to play shit like this, but, like... I don't care if I'm, like, crazy popular, but, like, if I could get, like, a steady 5 people, that would be great. Like, if I could just have some semblance of... Oh, God. Oh, almost made it. If I could have some semblance of, like, discourse going on, or discussion, that'd be cool. The normie popular ones, like, probably, like, Fall Guys and Among Us and stuff. Among Us I would be objectively terrible at, because I'm a really bad liar. Like, I've just always been, like... I'm gonna switch this, because it's in my ears. I've always been, like... just really, really, really... I don't know. Like... It's not like me bragging I say I have a strong conscience, but, like... I have a difficult time lying because I just always think, like, the thing I'm doing is bad. Like, just subconsciously have that feeling, even when it's, like, something harmless, like, I'm supposed to be lying, like, it's part of the game. I'm just dog shit at it. So... but I was thinking about, like, Fall Guys and Among Us, and, like... I might pick up Overwatch again, but Overwatch is a little bit more competitive, and I feel like people who stream Overwatch are, like... I don't know. Like, I can have a disclaimer that's like, hey, I'm not that good at video games, I just do this for fun. Like, as soon as I stream something competitive, there's always gonna be someone in the chat who's like, oh my god, you suck at this. And it's like, yeah, so do most players in this game, actually. Most of them just don't stream on Twitch. I don't know. I might give it a go, though, because I actually like playing Overwatch, and I'm not sure I'm probably not going to do Among Us. I would suck at Among Us, and it would be fun for anyone. I would totally do Fall Guys, though. Thinking about doing that. I don't know. I'm taking suggestions on some popular normie shit that I could do. But, like, yeah, at the end of the day, I'd rather just, like, play shit like this, like some single player nerdy RPG shit. Especially since, like, if I do something that's on a console and not a PC game, which online stuff would have to be through PC because that's my Ethernet that I'm relying on there. If I do stuff that's on a console, then I can really hardcore run this, like I can make my streams look really well. There'll be no drops, there'll be no performance issues, because all I'm doing is capturing footage as opposed to also generating the footage. Like I don't have to run the game with the same computer that's capturing it, which is an issue I have with PC games in general. I need to upgrade my RAM. That's like the big thing. That might be a good Christmas gift to ask for. So I have 8 gigs of RAM, which I've pretty much had since I've had a computer. Alright. There's a... fucking... my boy Lavitz. I don't know, what are some other things that are popular right now, though? I've been kind of out of the scene for a bit. I see a lot of people playing Fall Guys and Among Us, but that's about it. In the single-player category, I've also never played Witcher 3, and I've been thinking about giving that a go. But then I run into the issue of having to run and stream that, which might be a little taxing on the computer. Well, I will always play Dark Souls, and that I can do, Dude, I totally play Dark Souls. It might be better to see me play Dark Souls 2, since I've beaten Dark Souls 1. That's another one I want to watch Laura play, because she started playing. She got through... I think she beat the Asylum Demon, the Taurus Demon. Excuse me. She beat the Taurus Demon, and was like, caught the bug, was like, oh my god, I'm super into this is awesome. Which is kind of what happened to me. Like, I think after I beat the Bell Gargoyles, I was like, okay, I'm sold on this game. I'm gonna beat the whole thing. Which it was pretty great experience. I should have probably streamed that, but maybe I'll do. I haven't beaten any of the other ones. I really want to get a PS5 whenever they're not too grand, so I can play the new Demon Souls remake, because apparently that's really good. Sekiro I've played on this channel a little bit, although I'm trash at it. Sekiro is like Ninja Gaiden levels of difficult. It's insane. Because there's no like grinding out of anything. Like every other FromSoft RPG, or every other FromSoft like Souls-like game is an RPG. It's really fun, and mechanically it's really tight. I like Sekiro a lot. I would say that it's an exceptional game. It's a little bit too hard for me, in my patience level. Like, I really enjoy it, and I think it's very mechanically very solid. But like, oh, absolutely. I've started playthroughs in that game several times, only to like end pretty early on and be like, you know what, I'm good on this. This is not fun. I'm sure if I adopted that same get good mentality, I'd get better. But the problem is, like, that's a different level of difficulty because it's not an RPG. It's just an action adventure game. Like, there are no RPG elements to Sekiro the way there are with Dark Souls 1 through 3 and Bloodborne and Demon Souls. Like, all of those games, you can basically grind your way out of the difficulty, more or less. You can upgrade your armor, you can get different weapons, you can, like, you know, really like, customize your build. There's all these different exploits, and you can also just invest a fuck ton of time and, like, you know, grind the shit out of your character. There are so many ways around the difficulty that's kind of relative in Dark Souls and Bloodborne. Like, Sekiro, it's like, no, you have to beat the boss as a level 1 baby bullshit character, and then we'll give you a little bit of health. Actually, you have to beat several bosses before we give you a little bit of health. So, like, it's not impossible or anything. Like, I'm sure I could do it if I really put in the time, just like anything else. Excuse me. But I give up pretty early on because it just stops being fun. Especially, like, there's just so many different layers of difficulty in that game. Like, the other thing that really bugs me, like, if I could just run in and just, like, if I could do corpse runs easier in Sekiro, it probably would be more manageable. But the fact that, like, there's a lot of boss fights that there's a stealth mission before the fight really begins every time, or you have to be incredible at dodging and like situational awareness. Like there's this in like the flashback world, I forget what it's called. There's like this lance boss that you have to fight, but before you fight him, you have to stealth kill everyone in the area, because there's a huge stealth element to the game. So you have to stealth kill everyone. And usually you get seen and you have to run away and then come back. And I'm sure that there's like some get good way to deal with everything, or you just like fucking YOLO it and go for the boss and just dodge everyone. But like there are enemies with bows and arrows, there are enemies with all sorts of bullshit. They can sneak up on you because of the way the camera's situated. You can get stabbed in the back and not see what's going on. So like usually I'm just patient and I just kill everyone in the area before I fight the boss, and then the boss kills me, and it's like, oh great, that took me 15 minutes to do. And I think that's what like wears me down quicker than anything. Once again, not impossible, and I'm sure I could do it. Oh god, I couldn't even see him. What the fuck? On that same subject though, I have been playing a lot of Hollow Knight, and I fucking love it. It's absolutely has become one of my favorite games ever made. It's exceptionally good. And that is a game that is also very, very hard. Oh my god, he's killing me. It's, you know what? I have to do something with this headphone situation. I do like the one ear off thing because I need that. I mean, you record, so I'm sure you understand why you would do that, but like it's really hurting my ears. I'm just gonna have to go with both on for a bit. Hollow Knight is absolutely brilliant. That's like, it's another game that's very difficult to get into, especially at the first, because they make you unlock pretty much like every mechanic in the game. Like you can't wall climb, you can't dash, you can't. Like all you can do is jump and hit things for like a couple bosses, for I think like 3 bosses before you get any or 4 depending on if you do some optional stuff, before you get any kind of extra movement stuff. But like if you stick with it and get like 3 or 4 areas in, like if you're willing to just kind of stick it out for a while and be like, okay, I'm gonna put in the time and figure this out. There's an area called City of Tears. That's like the area I suggest everyone gets to before they make the decision to give up or not. Because that's the area where I got hooked hard. It's just like, it's difficult, but like there's a lot of strategy to it. There's a lot of customization. There's a lot of upgrades that you can do. The exploration is exceptional. The bosses are very pattern-based, and it's just kind of like it's the Dark Souls like learn by dying thing. That it feels a lot less bullshit than it does like in Sekiro. Once again, Sekiro is not bullshit necessarily, just very, very, very like time sensitive. Like you have to have like frame perfect dodging sometimes. Because like enemies will track you if you dodge too soon. But like Hollow Knight is just very pattern based. You know, you learn what the different things the enemy can do. You figure out how to deal with that, and then you know, just implement that to the best of your ability. And I mean, it sounds simpler than it is, because like some of the patterns are really hard to learn or really hard to deal with quickly. But holy shit, it's like it's the Dark Souls experience where like when you beat a boss, like you want to throw your controller in like the good way. Like I remember there was a couple times, I think I was hanging out with Jim actually, when I beat a boss that was stuck on for a really long time. And I just like had a conniption in the middle of his living room. He was like, "Are you okay?" I was just really excited because like it was a boss that I'd spent hours trying to beat, and I finally like overcame it. It was just the best feeling ever. So yeah, TLDR, Hollow Knight good. I would highly recommend playing it. It's a near flawless game in my opinion. The exploration's great, the story's great, the mood, atmosphere, music, everything about it is it's just like across the board, just an exceptional game. And it's worth it does take some time to be good, like quote unquote good at it. Like it really just kicks the shit out of you at the beginning. You're like, is this just gonna be the game? But like once you get a little bit more, it's really your mobility that you're trying to unlock. It's not necessarily being stronger or having more health. It's having more ways to deal with bullshit. Like being able to just like jump. Like at the beginning of the game, you can just jump and hit it with your nail. At the end of the game, which I'm getting pretty close to. Fuck you. At the end of the game, which I'm getting pretty close to, you can dodge, double jump. You can do like a wall dash, which is like you like cling to a wall and then super dash across like an empty chasm or something. You can, I mean, you can already pogo, but you can dash through damage. You get like a little like invisibility frame dash. You can upgrade your nail. You can make your nail bigger. You like all the charms that you have really just add a bunch of versatility. You have an auto heal charm that you get by doing like a side. There's like so much to do and so much to explore. It's just the beginning starts off very, very, very simple, and it definitely I can see it pushing away a lot of people. So you have to grind through that a little bit. But once you get, like I said, once you get to like City of Tears, I think that's when things really start to open up and be like, oh, this is really awesome. So yeah. That's great though. Yeah, I should definitely give it a go. Let me know what you think. Hell, if you stream it, let me know and I'll be sure to watch. Oh, yeah, I want to avoid them. This is the same area where I get dropped down a hatch the second time I come here and fight aforementioned bullshit tank boss that just eviscerates my team. I hope I'm not skipping through dialogue too quickly, because I've really just been autopiloting through this. But yeah, if you haven't played this, male protagonist is rescuing female protagonist from dungeon. She's in dungeon because she is somehow important and or special. We don't know why. We met a member of like the royal army that is like the good guys, because this game has like a kind of tropey like we're the good army, we're the bad army, like we're the good kingdom, we're the evil kingdom kind of dynamic that happens at the beginning. That is like most of the first disc. Okay, so now we have the key that was left on the floor. And now we're gonna go get Shayna, who is, oh, okay, bye. I think I always do that too. Alright, let's fight these guys. Yeah! Shayna is the most deceptively useful character because her usefulness relies on a mechanic that they do not explain ever in the entire game, which is item, like battle items. All they tell you is that you get items that you can throw at enemies that deal elemental damage, and that you should exploit enemies' elemental weaknesses by using these items. What they don't tell you, that is crucial, absolutely crucial to understand how the mechanic works, is that those items deal damage based on your magic stat, which they don't tell you. Which is really important information, actually, because Lavitz has bullshit, terrible magic. You know, it just doesn't have good magic. Dart is pretty much your jack of all trades, as most protagonist characters are. But Shayna, who is terrible in every other department, just terrible defense, really low health, deals virtually no attack damage, has insane magic because she's the healer. Is an insane magic stat. So when she uses battle items, they melt people. But you wouldn't know that unless you've played through this game, like I have several times over, and just noticed that pattern. Because they never explain it, which is really stupid. Like even guides that I follow didn't like mention it. It's a really weird thing to not mention because of how like magic is a real magic. Like Dragoon magic is a real scarcity in this game. Like you have to do all of these things in order to be able to cast a single spell. You have to build up an SP gauge, which lets you transform into Dragoon, and you can only use magic when you're in Dragoon form. And also, there's just not a lot of it. Like, you don't have any characters that are really mage characters that are magic dependent. You have characters that have really good magic stats, but, like, they're basically useless for, like, 75% of battles. Because they're usually not in Dragoon form. So... yeah, it's weird, but like... the real secret to... I've been mentioning this like bullshit boss that exists here, like, in 8 hours or so, when I come back. That's just, like, really, really tanky. It has no magic defense. And if you buy a bunch of its elemental opposite and have Shayna just spam it battle, it's going to be a short battle. But once again, would not know to do that unless you've just kind of noticed that pattern on your own. Probably like the worst thing that this game just doesn't explain. Because I literally did playthroughs of this game like 3 different times. I was a lot younger too, so I wasn't really paying attention to this kind of stuff, but like, I did playthroughs of this game like 3 different times and never knew that. Like, the entire game I got through without realizing that. So yeah. Alright, Shanna, let's get out of here. Probably was more than 3 times. I've played through this game a lot. Like, I'm probably in the double digits as far as playthroughs go. But I've never beaten it, which I think I'm going to try to do this time. I always, like... I've gotten to the very end, to the very last boss, but I've never actually completed this game. Because I'll just either lose interest or something happens. Most of my favorite games I have beat until, like, last year. And then I just set out to specifically to do it. Like, excuse me. Last year, I beat Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy VI, 7, 9, 10, and 12. I completed all of them last year. And I also completed Final Fantasy VIII this year, and I've been working on 5, which is also really good. Lonnie already knows this, but like, I'm a huge Final Fantasy nerd. I'm probably one of the bigger fans of the series. I have a lot of strong opinions about a lot of things. That being said, I'm really excited for 16. It looks exceptionally good. It looks like it's going to do right what 15 did wrong, IMO. So we'll see. 15 wasn't bad either, it was just kind of unfinished and messy. Alright. Have yourself a healing potion, you earned it. It's only like the 2nd or 3rd one I've used. They released a trailer of it around, like, when they were announcing launch titles for PS5. Square released the trailer of 16. You should check it out. It looks pretty fucking cool. It's like it's a lot more, I say low fantasy, but like it's I don't know how much you're into like Final Fantasy shit, but like it's like old school Final Fantasy as far as world building goes. There are no guns or techie sci-fi stuff, or I don't even think I saw airships at all. So it's a lot more like old school, like wizards and knights stuff, which is cool, and I'm super about. It also, like, the combat looks really fluid and exceptional. Like, it looks like they took a lot of lessons that they learned from developing the 7 remake, and applied them to 16. Also, I'm pretty sure that, like, there's a character that turns into a fucking, like, Aeon, like a summon, which is the coolest thing ever. I don't know. It's also a lot of proper noun game and like the usual Final Fantasy stuff with like the usual tropes that I kind of wish would go away, but like I don't know. In like the 2 minutes of content that they showed me, I'm pretty excited and I'm pretty confident that it's going to be good. Because it's also being directed by someone. It's being directed by the person who made A Realm Reborn, like who basically fixed Final Fantasy XIV. They are directing the game, which is a really good thing because they're probably the best creative anything working for Square right now. IMO. What's the name of the guy that I don't like? What the hell is... Someone who's been given a lot of, since I'm just really talking about niche, like, Square Enix shit, I'm trying to think of the name of, Kingdom Hearts guy who directed the 7 remake. Who's just been given like a ton of creative power in the last decade and just doesn't seem to know how to do storytelling and writing. What the hell is his name? Fuck. It's important that I look this up. Tetsuya Nomura. Yeah, Tetsuya Nomura has been doing a lot of creative shit with Final Fantasy for a long time. Pretty much ever since the success of the original Kingdom Hearts, which was just objectively amazing. Like, I really, really love the first one. I think that, and I've given this hot take several times over, I think that the gameplay is a lot better in 2, and the aesthetics are a lot better in 2, and the presentation in general is definitely like on a different level in 2, and that the writing is fucking terrible. Not terrible, just not great. And that's a bit of a, like, everyone loves Kingdom Hearts 2, and like if you say that you like 1 more than 2, people will probably laugh at you. I have gotten into arguments with people over this because I'm a big old nerd, but like I don't know. I think that, like, Kingdom Hearts 1, like, story-wise, writing-wise, focused on the right things. Like, focused on, like, characters, and it had a lot of heart. It was just really emotionally, like, moving. And there's just a lot of, like, this bittersweet, like, melancholy. And I don't know, there's just a lot I really loved about the first Kingdom Hearts game. It just really, really, really worked. And I just don't think that 2 told like a good coherent story. Like, the motives of the villain, the motives of, like, everybody doesn't make fucking sense. The writing is just all over the place. And that just kind of was, like... Kingdom Hearts 2 wasn't bad, but, like, it was kind of the beginning of bad. Like, it was the beginning of where problems started for the series. Because that was, like, kind of what they did moving forward. Like, that was their approach to storytelling in 2. Birth by Sleep is probably the only other one I'd say that's really good. Well, and Chain of Memories is decent too, but it's just, it gets so off the wall, convoluted, and silly, and it's just like, dude, like, just tell a good, simple story. That's all you need to do. Like, if you make your story difficult to understand, you're going to make it difficult to get a reaction to people. To, like, people aren't going to know how to feel about the things that happen if they can't understand them. So you need to tell a story that, like, is comprehensible. The only one who seemed to pull that off, like, doing the, like, the only person I've seen who's, like, really pulled that off is, like, Hideo Kojima with Metal Gear Solid has probably pulled that off pretty well. But, like, that's the point of Metal Gear Solid. Like, it is intentionally that way. Whereas Kingdom Hearts has this, like, sentimentality and, like, focus on character and, like, just, it has this heart to it that just feels like that kind of convoluted, over-the-top, ridiculous storytelling is kind of, like, runs contra to. Because it gets in the way of, like, I don't know, those awesome character moments. Like, when they do happen, they feel, like, almost out of place. Because it's like, whoa, how did we get here? From, like, the thesis that we just dealt with on why Xehanort is and isn't a Heartless, and also is this other person, and it's like, Jesus Christ. How does any of this make, like, how does this, any of this progress anything? So yeah, I won't go too into it. I won't get too scathing for the sake of my internet credibility, but, like, I have opinions, I guess. Hey, what up? What up, Mumba? How you doing? Where's menu? Question mark? What are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. I heard that as menu. Maru. I'm not there yet, man. I just started. Sorry, text is a little small on my screen. It looked like an N for a second. I was very confused. No. Yeah, I'm pretty early on still. Just kind of doing a casual playthrough. I've played through this game a lot. I think I saved. I mean, I'm not going to die in this fight anyway, so we're fine, but, like, I hope I saved. Yeah, Maru won't be happening for quite some time. Although, I'm not, like... Oh yeah, we're gonna be chill. I picked this game specifically... I mean, I can't run from this fight anyways, so... We don't have a choice. But we're perfectly fine. I've played this game more than any other game probably ever. This is one of the first games I ever played. Like, it came out when I was like 8, and I don't know. I had a PS1, and I actually this game was bought for my mom because it was like an adult game, quote unquote. My mom just didn't know what was going on. I was immediately interested, and I just kind of, I don't know. Anywho, I picked this game specifically because I can kind of just like get through it. Because like when I pick things that take up a lot of concentration, then I'm like kind of less. Whoa, what the hell? Oh right, I have to kill those things first. Forgot about that. I don't know. Like when I do things that take up more concentration, then I end up focusing too much on the game, and I just kind of like flatline when it comes to engaging with chat. So wanted to pick something that wouldn't be like that. Plus, I love this game. I absolutely love this game. Speedrun till I get Maru. We'll see. We'll see. There's no, like, end to this stream, really. Like, I'm not scheduled... Like, I'm not gonna log off at any particular point. It's just gonna be kind of... I don't know. That wouldn't be impossible. 24-hour stream. Hey, listen. If you want to stick around, we'll see what happens. Hey, alright. Well, I mean, I can't promise a 24-hour... I can't promise that I'll get to Maru, but, like... As long as I can keep my eyes open, I'll be here. I do got shit I gotta do tomorrow, but, like... Fuck, man. Certainly, there's no, like, time in which I have to do things tomorrow. I just have things that I have to do at some point. So... I'm the only thing I really do right now, besides this, is, like... I'm going to school, and of course... That's all online because pandemic, which means that there's no real schedule. Like I have due dates, but I don't have to be anywhere at any specific time. So, like, I can just kind of do things whenever it's convenient, which is nice. So yeah, that means I don't have to immediately be like, no, I can't do a 24-hour stream. We'll play it by ear. I'm not closed off to the idea. Oh, absolutely. It's great. Dude, I'm really drawn to doing that in general. I was considering, you can tell me how this hits you, but I was considering doing a, I wanted to do like this like Square marathon thing where I played through a bunch of like old Final Fantasy games. I wanted to do a thing where I would just like do like long plays of like every game chronologically in the series. I was gonna call it like Squareathon. That would be neat. And I added up. I had like Final Fantasy and also like a bunch of other popular like spin-off and/or like one-off things like Secret of Mana and Chrono Trigger and fucking Vagrant Story. And I added up all the hours that it would take to complete all those games, and it was like, it was going to take me several years if I didn't do them like all in one go every time I did them. So like, I probably would just end up doing like just like the core Final Fantasy games. But I was thinking about doing those and just like, if not all in one go, do like a full day like 10-hour stream every time I did it. Thought that might be fun. Or at least... Yeah, I've been wanting to do this for a while, and there's a reason I haven't done it, and it's because I'd have to play through the first 2 games in this series, which makes me want to die. Like... The first 2 games really have not aged well. They're really aggressively unfun to play. Like even like the remake, like the PSP remake, is probably the best existing version of that. Do I have a healing breeze? Shit, I don't. Oh, excuse me. Shane's just gonna be healer. We're fine. Like even the PSP remakes, which are like I said, like the best versions of both of those games, the first 2 games. It's just like at its core, it's just a very basic. It's like it was the early RPG where it was just like they would just take pen and paper and just make an RPG out of it, like pen and paper D&D. And it's just oh boy, it's just not very fun. Like it was before they got really innovative. Like even 3, I enjoyed a little bit when I played through, but like 1 is just a chore. Like it's just like people who like let's play the game, which I guess this isn't surprising. People who speedrun the game at least. I don't know general let's players, but like people who speedrun that game do some aggressive RNG manipulation to make it so that they can't die, so they don't have to spend hours grinding. Because that is a grindy game. Like in your normal Final Fantasy, you'd probably spend maybe like an hour or 2 at most. If you don't have enough money to buy gear, I mean not even an hour, you'd probably spend like a little bit of time grinding just to get the funds, and it would take you too long. I remember doing the math on like how many random encounters I would have to, like on average, I'd have to take to buy like the new gears, spells, what have you, in one area, and it was like, holy crap, I'm gonna be here for hours in like this second town in the game. And I'm sure that like maybe I'm just not doing it right, but just every time I've tried to play Final Fantasy 1, it's been a miserable experience. And I don't know. I just think that like playing games should be fun. But I don't know, if I had an audience to kind of just get me through that, I'd probably be able to get through it, especially if it was people who had actually played the game before. And then, like, I feel like I can't just skip the first 2 games in this series. I feel like that's cheating. Because I really want, like, if it was like 4 onward, if it was Final Fantasy 4 through 15, I'd be all in. I'd already be doing it. Because I love pretty much all of them. Even 8, which I was kind of iffy about at first, like I just played through and beat 8 like a month or so ago, and I loved it. Like I really came around on it. It's not perfect, but there's some things that it does that are just really exceptional and cool and weird that I really enjoyed. It's definitely like on the lower tier, like the lower echelon of Final Fantasy games for me, but like I really enjoyed it in a way that I didn't expect. And like several games in the series are just my favorites. Like 6, 7, 9, and 10 are just incredible. 12 I really like too. 12 is just fun to play, even though the story's kind of meh. Like there's just like I have no reservations about doing it outside of like the first 2 games. Probably the first 3 games, because apparently the end game in 3 is impossible, from what I've heard. Probably should be using Burnout with Shayna since I don't have any more healing potions. I'm also trying to keep her from not dying. So here's a fun little tidbit. The current meta like speed run for this game. Yeah. the current speedrun for this game is to have everyone in your party die, and then just power level Shayna. Which is why I talked about like her being like deceptively useful, because everyone thinks that she sucks until they find out this mechanic that they don't tell you about, which is that your magic stat designates how much damage you do from battle items, from attack items. So like the current speedrun is to have everyone in your party die and there's power level Shayna, and then Shayna just 1v1s the final boss at the end of the game because of how just jacked she is. It's kind of funny because a lot of people would say that like a casual playthrough would have you say that she's like easily the weakest character. But yeah, look at that. I'm pretty sure that like Lavitz was doing like 5 damage, maybe. That might have been the royal guards. He might have been doing more there. Wasn't really paying attention, but like, yeah, that's the kind of damage he does now. But like, that magic stat really cranks that up to 11 by the end of the game. Let's go jump on that horse that doesn't look like a horse. Looks like some weird, like, ox thing. It looks like a giant anteater, actually. Alright. I love the music in this game so much. Cannot talk enough about that. Okay. I bet at the very least I can get through Hoax and get like the first Dragoon spirits. Like that's probably a conservative estimate at this point. I've been playing for an hour 30 and I'm already done with Hell in a Prison. Oh shit, I should have bought body purifiers. That was stupid of me. Oh, it was really dumb. That's what I get for, That's what I get for playing through this like that. I haven't been paying attention at all. Which means I'm going to not do things like that sometimes. Because I definitely should have grabbed quite a few body purifiers. I think there's a merchant somewhere, though, in the limestone cavern. Alright. I also only have 4 healing potions, so I should probably just defend when I get low on health for a while. What time is it? 10:12? Okay. That's cool. Alright. Yeah, Lavitz took an arrow to the knee. Used to be a young adventurer like you. And I took a pixel arrow to my pixel knee. Isn't that funny? Like, that's said by like the city guard, which maybe that's like not a good career to have if you have like a debilitating injury. I think that's a city guardman. I could be remembering that wrong. It's like some dude in Whiterun, I think, or in yeah, who cares? I played Skyrim in way too long. It was Whiterun or whatever the one is before that. The river whatever village. Like the very, very first town you run into. It was one of those two. Because that's why it's so that's why such a meme is it's like one of the first things you hear. From one of the first NPCs you encounter. Okay. Oh, right, I can heal here, which is great. Man, speaking of that, since I've been talking all sorts of shit to this stream, BioWare is really, or not BioWare, BioWare 2, Freudian slip there, but like, fucking Bethesda's, man, they've really, made some choices lately. I'd love to see, Elder Scrolls 6 whenever that comes out, but like, holy shit. How the mighty have fallen. I mean, it's mostly just Fallout 76, but it's also, like, their response to Fallout 76 and the response to a lot of, like, their shortcomings recently. Maybe it's not something I follow enough to really have that strong of an opinion on, but, like, I know that, like, the public image of, like, yeah, I know that the public image of Bethesda has shifted considerably. Like, I guess it just takes one high-profile mistake like that. I mean, that's kind of what... I don't keep going back to this, but it's a thing I know things about, so whatever. That's kind of what happened to Square Enix. They had a huge high-profile disaster in, fucking... What was the name of that movie? Oh, Spirits Within. Do you remember that? Were you like... You're like a year younger than me, if that. Like, you remember Spirits Within, right? Like the Final Fantasy, like, CGI movie? That was, a huge disaster. It lost a ton of money and was incredibly expensive and caused... You've heard of it. Okay. I haven't really seen much of it either. It's really weird. It was supposed to be like this technical marvel, because that's always been like... Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Hironobu Sakaguchi, I think. I needed to look up a name because it's part of story. Yeah, it's Sakaguchi. Because you came... Yeah, okay. So, like, up to that point, Final Fantasy had a ton of people involved, and there's a ton of creatives, and I'm not diminishing their contributions by saying this, but, like, the big movers, like, the two biggest keepers of kind of, like, the art direction, the direction the series went in general, it was, like, visually, Hironobu Sakaguchi, who created Final Fantasy, was a huge part of, like, the first 10 games in the series. and he spearheaded the project, and he left the company pretty much within a year of it failing, of that movie just being a disaster. Like, he kind of just, you know, retired. And when he left, the greatest composer, in my opinion, in video game history left with him, and Nobuo Uematsu, who's come back and done some like short freelance stuff for them. Like, he did the theme for Final Fantasy XIV. But like, the two biggest reasons why that, in my opinion, why that series was such a huge success left at the same time. And then we got 12, which was decent. And we got 13, which is like everyone's least favorite. We just got like that was like the beginning of Square just really going down crapper for like a decade. And we got 15, which was like almost. I don't want to shit on 15 too much, because I know a lot of people like it, but like 15 could have been so much better than it was. It was part of like a move in a better direction for sure. Like, they were definitely starting to pivot and go in a direction that was better and start to make better quality games. There's a lot about 15 that was pretty successful. It certainly sold well, thank God, because it was in development for 10 fucking years. But like, it was only successful because the person that had become like their almost executive creative director stepped away from the project, which I've already kind of talked about him a little bit, but fucking Tetsuya Nomura like really hurt Final Fantasy 15. Like, he just had no idea what he wanted the game to be. Well, this is as much. I'm speaking on it as much as I can. Like just gotta add this disclaimer that, like, obviously I didn't work for the company. I don't know the ins and outs of the development more than I can read about online and read about through interviews. But like, from what I've read, he just pivoted so many different times. He had no like clear direction on what he wanted the game to be. There's so many like fleshed out concepts. They like started ground up like a couple different times because the engine changed on the game. It was just an absolute mess when he left, which was after they remarketed it as 15. Was before he left to start making Kingdom Hearts 3, I think. And then they had a different creative director step in to basically save the project. To basically just take what they had and salvage it and turn it into a game that they could sell. Which is what he did, in his defense. But what they had was a bit incomplete, which is why there's been so much supplemental material released. There's been the little YouTube anime series they did. There was Kingsglaive. There was several DLC packs that are all integral to understanding the story and the characters and everything about the base game, which is, once again, strong opinions here, folks. If you don't like it, you probably watched the wrong streamer. Which, that to me is unacceptable. Like, you can't. If you have a game that is a single player narrative experience, all of that needs to be self-contained. Like, all of that needs to be. Like, you need to be able to play through the game and understand what the story is, get all of the major beats. Like, all of that story needs to be told in that base game. To sell extra content that makes you understand what should have already been in the game is not okay. And like, don't get me wrong, the DLC is really fucking good. Like, it's like the best. It's better than the base game, in my opinion. Like, I love the DLC. It's really. Whoa! What the hell's that? Oh, that was just my cat jumping on a guitar. That's cool. But like, the DLC is really good. But yeah, I think I've made. Oh my goodness! What are you doing, Charlie? What are you doing, bud? don't even know where my cat is right now. He keeps hitting a stringed instrument somewhere. Whatever. Oh yeah, so Black Monster, part of Dart's tragic backstory, torched his hometown, which is not Celis, is this other town called Neat. And basically torched his town, killed his parents. He doesn't know why, but he's on this quest to seek revenge against the Black Monster. That kind of got interrupted by this whole civil war thing that we're now involved with. But that was the reason he left Celis, which was just where he spent most of his childhood and where he met Janna. So yeah, Dad goes back to fight the Black Monster. He never sees him again. The mom, in the ultimate parenting win, also abandons her fucking child to go die with his father. And she dies as well. So, they left him to die alone. Excellent parenting choices. And then he finds this little stone. That's his father's memento. And we'll obviously learn more about that later. I do plan on doing a full playthrough of this time. I'm going to beat this game, and you guys are going to get to watch that on stream, so it's going to be great. I've never beaten this game before. So, what have you guys been playing lately? What's your go-to games recently, etc., etc.? Anything you'd recommend that came out recently or not recently? I also have no way of knowing if anyone's my like something's buggy with my Streamlabs thing. It just says zero. It said 0 viewers when I know I had 2 people watching because they were both engaged in chat for a while. So yeah, there's something buggy about that. But I'm assuming that at least one of you is here. Is that like the new-ish? I guess it's not even really new anymore. Yeah, the Killer Instinct that came out for, I guess, Xbox One? Am I getting that right? I remember the original, I remember the original... No, I'm thinking of Bloody Roar. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm not thinking Killer Instinct. I remember Bloody Roar for the PS1. That was a fun game. Yeah, I've never played Killer Instinct. It looks cool. I'm just like, I'm not super into fighting games. I like ArcSys games, mostly, kind of. Like, I definitely have enjoyed my time with, like, BlazBlue and Dragon Ball FighterZ. And I guess it's just those two, really. They've made some other shit, too, that I'm missing, but, like... I've enjoyed both of those a lot. But also, like, fucking ArcSys is like... Oh yeah, Guilty Gear. I forgot that Guilty Gear. That's what they were OG developers of before BlazBlue took off like crazy. Yeah, I like them a lot. I like their stuff. It's fun. Um, I also think that they are like the worst company when it comes to DLC. Like they just holy shit. Like I remember can I heal now? What's that? Yeah, great. I can do that now. Um I bought the cross battle tag Blaze Blue game that has like Under Night Birth, or Night Rebirth or whatever the hell that that series is. I guess they published. I don't know much about that one, but it had that. It had fucking. It had 4 different series. It had that. It had Ruby characters, which was the reason I got it. It had Blaze Blue characters and something else, and I forget what the something else was. I want to say Guilty Gear, but I don't think it was Guilty Gear. I think it was something else. Anywho, I got that game whenever that came out because it had Ruby characters in a fighting game, in like an Arxis fighting game, which I thought was rad as fuck. And I discovered upon purchasing it that, dude, it's ridiculous. That really changed my opinion on Arxis in general because like it's fucked. Like not only is half the roster behind the paywall, literally like there are 2 Ruby characters in the game. 2. Ruby and I think Vice are in the game. But Blake and Yang are DLC. Like, not even the main 4 fucking characters are in the game. It's ridiculous. And I paid for, like, the expensive version of the game, too. And, like, it's just, like, I still have to... Like, I paid, like, for, like, some $80 bullshit version of the game. And, like, it didn't even include all the DLC. I still would have had to spend, like, another $40 to get all the characters. It was really predatory and shitty. And it was a shame, because I really like them as developers, but, like, I just don't like practices like that. Like, that's really fucked. It's like... It's really bad. Like... I don't like stuff like that. And I was really mad at them, because I spent a lot of money on that game, and I just never played it after that. Like, as soon as I saw, like, that there was so many additional paywalls after I spent more money than I should have on it, I just was like, you know what? I'm good. You know what? Fuck it. I wasted my money. I'm good on this. I'm not investing more to get my dollars worth out of it when I already spent this much. I'm just gonna cut my losses. And I haven't played that game like since a week after it came out, even though I was really excited about it. And that kind of made me really kind of skeptical of Arxis stuff. Fighters is pretty bad too. It's not as bad. Like, most of the characters you care about are going to be involved in the base game, which is nice, but, like, most of their games are like that now, where there's, like, a really heavy amount of, like, characters that are just behind a paywall that you actually care about. Most Blaze Blue games are like that, or, like, the most recent 2, I think, were like that. So I have to go to the tree, and I have to go to the river, and then I come back for the axe. No, I have to go to the river first, and then I have to go to the... This is dumb, because you have to do this in specific order. You can't just do both things. I think I have to go to the river, and then the tree, and then I go get the axe. But I always do this wrong. But yeah, Arxis, they're cool devs. I like their content. I've never been rubbed the wrong way so hard by, like, DLC practices like that. In the same category, company that I think does it really well, and I know that this is a bit controversial with some people for some reason, but, like, if you don't like this, you don't like DLC in general. I think Blizzard does DLC really well, because everything that they make, well, they don't let you buy. I think that's the thing. People don't like that you don't let you buy the content directly, but it is kind of how they make their money. But I like that, like, anything functional about, like, Overwatch is free. Like, once you own the base game, anything that would actually make you better at the game or like any feature the game has, you have full access to. You have full access to every character, every like the things that you can't get, the things that are either DLC or you have to roll the dice and get a thing. Like they're either DLC or you have to buy loot box and you have to buy in-game currency or loot box. You guys know how Overwatch fucking works. But like all of those things are purely cosmetic, which is how I like DLC to be. If I get any say in it, because that's like something that's like it adds some flair to your character and it enhances. And it's like I do like those things. Like I have put some money in loot boxes before because I think they're neat. But like I am a little bit more free with my dollars there because I also think that like I like that practice in general, and I'm a little less put off by it because I don't feel like I have to unlock features by giving them money. Like an example of a similar I know I'm just talking everyone's ear off, but like I guess I am streaming, so that is what I'm supposed to do. I guess a similar implementation of that I really don't like would be EA doing the same thing, which almost got like loot boxes categorized as like gambling. I think it might have actually done that. There was at least a push to have that happen because it was so controversial what they did in Battlefront 2. But they've also been doing that for like a decade. Like Mass Effect 3's online functions the same way, where there are classes and a bunch of content that actually makes you better at the game and gives you more options playstyle wise that is locked behind loot boxes. You can't buy it even. You have to gamble and hope that you get the thing that you want, which is like really not good. I don't like that. There's like a important distinction there, I think. I know there's a lot of, I mean, I guess this is kind of blown over a little bit more, but a lot of people are not huge on Blizzard for pretty valid political reasons. Them being China stands was kind of a bad move, TBH. I mean, like, play devil's advocate. Like, I agree. It was really bad. It was A, optically really bad, and B, just like bad. Like I agree that it was a really bad move. And they should have just at the very most just stayed out of it. But like generally speaking, if you like put every, especially video game developer, in the hot seat and was like, you need to stand up China, you need to do all of these things and not let them compromise your content and not let them compromise your beliefs and really, put your values ahead of your money, all of them would say no. Every single one of them would say no, I'd imagine. Because the market there is like just too big for them to ignore. And that's not necessarily an out-and-out defense, but it's more just like that's how things work, unfortunately. Like, all of the LGBT content in Overwatch, I could be wrong on this, and if someone wants to correct me now or after the fact, they for sure can. But to my understanding, all of the LGBT content in Overwatch is censored in China. And Blizzard willingly did that because they didn't want to lose the Chinese market. Because that's more important. Because they want to make money before they want to, the money is the means to end. And that's true of a lot of content. There's a lot of shit that's censored in China that, people don't really think about that as much, I guess. Because, we're Americans. We only care about what happens here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a thing. I'm not 100% on that, but I remember reading about that a while ago, and it was when Blizzard was getting shit for for them standing up for what exactly happened? It was like there was a Pro Overwatch player who got criticized or banned or in some way like penalized for being all free for saying free Hong Kong, which is I know there's something happened where they took China's side on the free Hong Kong thing. Because like China is the biggest country on Earth, and it probably shouldn't surprise people that like companies are really, really afraid of losing that market. Like, doing anything that jeopardizes their relationship with China would be a tremendous loss. Probably comparable to losing the United States as an audience. Especially, like, video games are pretty big in China. I mean, the Chinese government is fucked, which, like, we are too. Not that that's, like, you know, just, like, none of this is, like, a defense of anything being the way it is, I guess. It's just kind of, like, oh, right, I have to go get the fucking axe. I'm having trouble articulating this, but yeah, like, things are fucked, but unfortunately the way everything operates kind of makes it understandable why everyone does the things that they do. I don't like it either, but like, the real solution is for China's government to not like be that authoritarian and oppressive in that particular way. Which, like, I feel like I always have to temper that by being like, yeah, we kind of suck too, but like, we aren't that authoritarian either. Like, we don't censor, like, even if our government's kind of conservative, we don't censor, like, out and out censor LGBT content anymore, at least. Like, we wouldn't tell Blizzard that they can't have LGBT content in the game. We would never do that. Even if individuals or government officials or whatever have an issue with that, like, we wouldn't tell them they can't. We wouldn't prevent them from doing that. We have done similar things. Oh god, I went the wrong way again. I am really dawdling now. Got me talking. We have done similar things on different issues, but like, it's not something I could compare really. Like, hey, absolutely. Hope I didn't chase you away with all the politics shit. Kind of delving more into that with streams, but yeah. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, cool. It's something new. I'm trying. I'm being a little less filtered about shit like that. But yeah. Thanks for popping in, bud. I'll see you next time. Let me know if you know next time you stream. Shoot me a text or something, and I'll make sure I tune in. Even if I'm not like super active, I'll be watching. But yeah, thanks, and take it easy and all that. Alright. Curious about this. Let me check something real quick. If y'all forgive me for that. I'm still not streaming, right? Oh yeah, YouTube stream just straight up didn't happen today. That's right, it'll just be a after the fact thing, which is fine. So if you're watching me on YouTube, you're 100% watching me after the fact because YouTube just said nope. I don't know why. I don't know why that happened. I might have to reconfigure that again or something. I got like a Streamlabs Pro subscription recently just for convenience sake. Did I chop down the tree or not? I can't fucking remember. I'm not carrying the axe anymore, so I don't think I did. I've been not paying nearly enough attention to what's happening in this game. Oh, I totally did. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Alright, let's focus for a second. I've been running in circles for like a half hour. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop with the autopiloting for a second. I want my streams to be a lot more commentary focused, but obviously there needs to be some balance of me actually doing things. It's a weird kind of... It's a weird kind of thing to balance. Because I don't want to be like a let's player. Like, I don't want to just be streaming shit and uploading it and have that be it. Like, I want to just kind of... I want the gaming to be something fun that I do while I talk to people, and just kind of a means to an end. But like... I think if my experiences, like, as a viewer, is like anyone else's, I'm sure that, like... I mentioned this before, like, I watch a lot of game groups, and like... I'm just like the rest of the community where we just get really pissed at Aaron whenever he like doesn't pay attention to something. And I imagine like on average viewers are paying a lot more attention to the gameplay than I am because I'm thinking about what I'm saying as opposed to what I'm doing. Did I get the axe yet? What the fuck? There was an axe and I think I picked it up. Did I not chop down the tree? What the fuck is going on? Oh, I didn't chop down the tree. Okay, that's what I forgot to do. Sorry, folks. We're back on track. It's always areas like this where there's like a bit of like... It's always areas like this where there's like a bit of repetition. Like there's like a lot of running circles in this area. Okay, now we're good. Should probably check on my health too. I look pretty good. Excuse me. Like, in areas that are a little bit more linear, which is almost every area in this game, I can just kind of autopilot through everything while I'm just bullshitting. This area is really bad for that, clearly, since I've spent like 45 minutes here, and this is a really short area. So I've really been running in circles. I'm sure there's been a lot of just me retreading stuff, which... apologies if that's like frustrating for people to watch, because I know how that is, because I feel the same way when I'm watching a YouTuber and they just like run in circles aimlessly. So we'll dial it all in for a sec here. No more chill stream for a good 5 minutes while actually I'm already good, because now it's a linear. It was just that fuckery that was happening before. Super leaving also means that I'm now just narrating. I had another person in chat. I'm not sure if they stuck around or not. I told them, you know, I'd try to do a 24-hour stream if they're here, and I totally will. Scouts on, or will. I did say try. It depends on what my mental fortitude is, but like. I can promise that a genuine attempt will be made. Okay. Alright, now we're done with this stupid fucking area. Which means I'm totally gonna get to the Dragoon Spirits, I think, because, like, after this, it's, like, some dicking around in Bale, which I might skip a lot of. I'm probably not gonna, like, focus on Stardust, because this is gonna be really casual. This is just gonna be, like, let's just get through the game. Like, I'll seek out chests that are obvious and whatever, but, like, to get everything in Bale takes forever, because you have to do that stupid boat thing. Like, where you have to watch your, like, little... You get in a boat, and, like, every time you do, it takes, like, 3 minutes for you to stop, like, to watch your character stop moving. It's just, like, a huge time waster, and it's annoying to do. I forget if there's anything really important. There's probably something. I can always go back, though. Like, there's a good thing about this game is, like, to my knowledge, like, there are no points of no return until the very end of the game. Like, something that happens in a lot of Final Fantasies, and a lot of RPGs in general, is there's a point of no return that there are a lot of points where, like, you can't come back to this area, you can't ever do this thing again. Like, there are several points throughout the game where the world changes in some way, because it adds a level of, like, consequence to, you know, the story, and you know, for a town to be such a part of the world, and it should just be obliterated, is really, like, it's pretty cool. It's good world building, and it's very effective. And this isn't me talking shit on that, because I like that. But, like, this game doesn't do that, which is awesome. Which means if I miss something, I can... Oh, whoa, Buster! Buster, hey, come here, bud. Hey, everyone, I have a dog. He's very yippy. Anywho. I don't know what he's barking at. It's like... Gotta be, like, close to midnight, right? It's 11. I bet someone's upstairs or something. There's an art studio upstairs that, I mentioned before that my family owns the building I live in, which is pretty sweet. But upstairs there's, like, an art studio that they kind of have and maintain, and they spend a lot of time up there. But, you know, obviously you can hear every footstep when they're up there, so that drives my dog crazy. So I'd wager that's probably what that is. Alright, I kind of just clicked through that. Lavitz offers his house. Like, Lavitz offers to house these refugees from enemy territory, from evil bad guy town. Okay. I am already getting sleepy though. I don't know what it is about streaming that just makes me tired. Like, I didn't wake up till 3 p.m. today. I slept in like crazy. Excuse me, Jesus. But like, I'm already sleepy for some reason. Okay, Limestone Cavern, let's go. It was nice having Super on for a bit. Always good to see him. It's a good buddy of mine, as I'm sure you guys could tell. Times like these really make you, I mean, not like I don't already do this to an extent, but times like these really make you value, like, the friendships and the relationships you've, like, cultivated during your lifetime. Like, just not having access to, like, a social life, or at least, like, a real one. Not to say that online isn't real, but it kinda isn't. It's at least less real. It's not being able to see people in person, which is what I'm dancing around, makes you kind of makes you really value that. You know, it makes you really acknowledge how important all of those things are. It's like, we all need friends, we all need friendships, we all need, you know, a social life. You don't need it, but, like, I'd argue that it objectively probably makes you happier having a social life than, you know, kind of isolating and, you know, what have you. And, like, right now, I'm pretty isolated. It kind of sucks. It's been a whole lot of, well, this. It's been schoolwork, it's been video games, it's been a lot of YouTube and Reddit and whatever. And then my best friend, very, very fortunately, lives on the same street as me. So I get to see her a lot, and that's really great. And that is, like, invaluable to me right now because they're kind of part of my COVID circle. Which is pretty rad. Oh yeah, this fucking thing. Hold on. Focus on this. So we're gonna go up the first time. Do this. Oh, I fucked it up. Alright, let's try this again. Up. We hold down. There we go. So there's that one. Bastard Sword, nice. I haven't done any... I don't know if I've gotten any new gear, really. I kind of haven't, huh? Night Shield. 14. You already have 24 defense, so you're certainly not getting it. I'm trying to think if I should give it to Lats or Shanna. I'm gonna give it to Shanna. Just because she has... Her defense is not that bad. Her health is kind of... It doesn't really matter that much right now. It'll matter a lot more later, but... By the time it matters, 10 points isn't going to make a huge fuck ton difference. TBH. I hate this area. I didn't fuck myself completely, but like... Not having a body purifier in this area that has several enemies that can cause poison, and a boss that can cause poison. Probably not good. Definitely, had I been paying a little bit more attention, would have not done that. But here we are. What is that? Is that blind? There is no blind, it's like arm block, or whatever the hell that is, I think. Could be wrong. I don't think there's a blind status in this game, though. I think there's just a you can't attack thing, which I think is what she has. Whatever. Pretty sure of that. The status effects in this game are kind of interesting, at least unique. There's a couple that really, really suck. But they're the same that suck in like every game. Status effects bother me a lot less in this game than they do in other games. Like, they're debilitating, but like... It's not like in some... Once again, Final Fantasy is a good example. Where like there are enemies where their entire strat is to just completely eviscerate your party with status effects. Like, you can't really do that as much in this game. It just makes things inconvenient. Well, mostly. Confusion and Bewitch are pretty... Confusion is terrible. Absolutely terrible, because... Confusion, unlike in a lot of other games, isn't cured by being attacked. Confusion is a death sentence, unless it gets cured. Confusion means you have no control of your character until they die. So if you have, and you can totally be unlucky in this way, if you have 3 party members that are confused, you're fucked. Like, you just game over. That's it. I'm pretty sure. It might time out, and I'm remembering that wrong. But to my knowledge, I know that, like, it's something that I'm afraid of more than any other status effect. And there's a boss pretty early on that I might get to, depending on how long I stream. Which depends on the level of engagement I get here. The plan, tentatively right now, is like 4 hours, maybe. 4 or 5. And that's if, like... If someone's willing to, like, hang out and stay up and talk for a bit, like, I'm here all night. But obviously, like... If I'm not really getting any viewers, I'll probably end it after like 4 or 5 hours. And we'll do this another time, because this has been fun. I've missed doing this. It will be a long relationship we will have. Yep, that's right. This is... This fucking goofy-ass shit. Pat. 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 It will be a long relationship we will have. But that's what I mean by it's not bad localizing, it's just some weird phrasing like that, where it's just like, yeah, people talk like that, I guess. And like, I don't know. There's just some goofy phrasing, I guess. Rock fireflies. Give me your feelings. G-Dart, you know a lot. I bitch about this. I talked about this a bit last time too. Shanna, the dynamic with Shanna and Dart is it's not bad. That's a case where I would criticize the writing or the localization. Shanna's kind of a little bit, like, it's a bit one-dimensional. Like, she's a really important character, too. Like, she's a big part of the narrative. But, like, as far as her personality goes, I'm in love with Dart. And that's kind of it. Like, she's just, like, head over heels for, like, the whole dynamic is, like, she's head over heels for Dart. Dart is, like, just, like, oblivious. Like, comically oblivious the whole time. Like she's literally like, hi, I am in love with you. And he's just like, that's cool. And then, like, that's like that for, like, 2 discs. And everyone's just constantly like, hey, you're an idiot. She likes you. Which, like, that's not inherently bad. Like, the way I'm phrasing it is not bad. It's not really... It's, like, a very, very, very minor irritation, but it's just, like, the way that Shayna just has, like, no motivation outside of... Like, her identity is very much based around Dart, which I don't like. Not to be, like, too feministy, but, like... It's just something that kind of bothers me. Because, like, most characters in the game... Every other character in the game, actually, has, like, a pretty strong... independent identity, like, has, like, strong motivation and, you know, all of this other things. And Shanna just seems like she's just kind of... She has a good, like, she has an interesting backstory, and she's a big part of the story itself. Like, you know, anyone who's, like, watching this the first time will find that out. Like, she's obviously important. Like, Enemy Kingdom went to the trouble of torching her hometown just to kidnap her. But, like, she just seems kind of, like, whatever about all of it. She's just mostly interested in, like, getting affection from Dart, which, like, I don't know, it feels like a weird criticism to make. Because it feels like I'm implying that, like, there aren't people like that, and there totally are. But this is a story, and I feel like narratively you want her to have, like, some other things going on. Especially being, like, the lead female character in the game, outside of, like, I want, you know, I want strong male red armor boy to like me. So yeah. It's like a mild nitpick. It's not really something that really bothers me that much, especially this game being, like, 20 years old now, and it being mostly really fucking good. Like, I love this game. That's actually that's, like, one of the biggest criticisms I even have, honestly, is just, like, Shanna's character. Like, nothing else actually bothers me. There are things that are probably, like, almost objectively not good, but, like, the nostalgia is strong enough that, like, it just doesn't bother me. Like, there's a lot of gameplay stuff that's, like, a little weird, but it's something I'm just so used to that it just doesn't even affect me. Like, I'm sure that someone who's never played this game would, like, think that the Dragoon magic system is kind of funky, since there are characters that their magic stat is, like... There are, like, mage characters in this game that spend most of their time not doing magic, which I'm sure will bother some people. And I mentioned the attack item thing, which makes mage characters pretty useful, but wouldn't you know, as I talked about before, they don't really explain how that works. Don't poison me, you fucking... whatever the hell you floating gas orb. I hope I'm close to the fireflies so I can just get rid of that. Because I'm fairly sure I still don't have a body purifier. Maybe I did get one. I would have been paying attention, I guess. Alright, let's take a look. Oh, I do have one. I'm not going to use it, but like... Yes, just since I'm about to walk past this. That was good timing. 8+. Let's do that again sometime. Okay. Oh god, what the hell was that? Charm potion, don't care. Let's go over here. I guess charm potions would be fun for like a low level run or something, but I don't know. I'm not someone who typically runs from battles, especially in this game, because once again, to use the other popular RPG series that I follow, Final Fantasy, like, endgame random encounters are pretty intimidating. Like, you can actually get one-shotted by, like, behemoths and other, you know, like, if you're not prepared, you just go into, like, a final dungeon in a Final Fantasy game, a lot of times, you'll just get your shit rocked. This, like... Random encounters aren't very annoying in this game. They're just kind of, like, a thing that you get through. Like, they never get more, like, the difficulty never gets ramped up. They're always just kind of an obstacle. Which doesn't really bother me. In fact, I kind of like it more. Because, like... Let's be honest, no one plays RPGs for the random encounters. No one is like, man, I can't wait until I run into this specific random enemy in this area. And I have to, like, think of, like, a way to, like, think of a good strategy to deal with them. Like, no one wants that, really. In fact, I'd argue that most people don't like random encounters, period. Oh my god, you fucker. I hate chasing this fucking thing. Ah, I fucked up. Hope you guys are prepared for several minutes of this. Actually, no, I'm gonna get him right now. I'm gonna get you! I'm gonna get you! Come on! Come here! Yeah! Yes. And that... for anyone who hasn't experienced this game, that is an essential thing to do because of the next boss. Oh, that's a good point, Cactar. In some... Yeah, if you have, like, Blue Mage, you definitely want the Thousand Needles stuff. Unless you're being sarcastic. I usually avoid Cactar like the plague unless I'm... unless I'm, trying to learn some blue magic. What was I doing? Oh, right. Also, hey, how you doing? Good to see ya. Okay, no, great. Yeah, I'm sure it was a stretch to say nobody. You know, it's if you say nobody or everybody, you're always wrong. Personally, I'm a play it for the story kind of person. That's a good point. Yeah, nostalgia's the nostalgia is strong. I'm always like a play it for the story though. Yeah. That's what brings me back to Final Fantasy, is just those great moments. I don't mind the combat usually, but like there's always some areas where I'm like, oh great, I have to deal with this thing. And this game is like very... Okay, focus. What are we doing? I think... Let's give it to Dart, who cares? This boss fight isn't that hard. The random encounter stuff is just very passive in this game. It's just kind of eh. Which is why I've mostly, for better or worse, just been autopiloting my way through this game, because I've played it so many times. Yeah, I honestly probably do a playthrough of this game like once a year. It's one of the first games I ever played. I got it like when it came out, when I was like 8 years old, which you could deduce my age from if you wanted to. But yeah, I got this game when it came out, and I've lost count of the amount of times I played this game. But I've actually also never beaten it, and I don't know why. I had this weird thing about RPGs. It was just RPGs in general, because like I hadn't beaten any Final Fantasy until last year, and I don't have really a good reason why. I just would get close to the end of the game and I would just stop for some reason. But like last year I beat. I just kind of set out to. I was like, you know what? I love these games, and I probably should actually play them. And I beat 6, 7, 9. Well, I've now beaten 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. Oh, nice. Yeah, I really have a lot of... I have more nostalgia for this game than, like, anything. It's also just a good game. Like, it's just... The combat's just really fun. I like rhythm and, like, timing-based systems in RPGs, and most of my favorite RPGs have them. Like, I love this. I love Paper Mario. 10? Oh, I played 10. I totally beat 10. But I didn't beat it until last year. Like, all of these games have games that were part of my childhood, and I didn't beat any of them until last year. 10 probably had one of my favorite endings. 10 and 9 both have exceptionally good endings. 9 is my favorite in the series, but 10 I have my little nits to pick with, but I think they're probably what everyone's is, like the whole, you know, spoiler alert if you haven't played 10, anyone who's watching after the fact, but like the whole, you know, Tidus is a faith or Tidus' dream or however you interpret that. I have like some nits to pick with, but like overall 10 is exceptional. It was fantastic. I really loved the ending. I also think that it's like gameplay wise has like the best designed bosses. Like, I just saved. I don't know why I'm doing this again. Like, there's a bit of... Yeah, it was really good. There's a bit of strategy in 10 that I really appreciate. Like, they kind of, like, get around the whole grind your way out of difficulty thing that is present in, like, you can be so OP in, like, most Final Fantasy games. 10 is a lot harder. Like, there are a couple boss fights in 10 that are really fucking hard. I mean, there's the Seymour on Gagazet fight that everyone hates. There's the Luna Freya fight, which is also really difficult. And I thought the... this usually isn't on everyone's list, but this was really tough for me. I thought the... Braska's Final Aeon, like, Jekt fight was really hard, too. That was one where I actually had to go back and, like, just plan on a different strategy and kind of, you know, strengthen my team a little bit. Like I got all the way to the end of the game, and I backtracked through Inside Sin, and like just kind of didn't mean to do that. I just kind of beefed up my team because that was a tough one. But yeah, 10's I remember playing through 10 as a kid and getting stuck at like several different boss fights. Whereas like that wasn't really something that happened to me as much in other Final Fantasy games. So props to them for that, like, because they're not like bullshit fights. They're like really well designed fights that you have to come up with clever strategies to kind of subvert. Like the Luna Freya thing, the way Luna, is Luna Freya? I'm Unalesca. I said Luna Freya. I meant Unalesca. I'm thinking of the other thing. Unalesca. I'm thinking of a totally different Final Fantasy game. I think that was from 15. Unalesca fight. Sorry. The Unalesca fight, the way she uses the zombie status and like full life and Megadeth is like really cool. I really like that. It's frustrating to work around, but it's a really cool design, I think. It's very clever. There's some other good, like, kind of subversions of, like, grinding. Like, 9 does it really well with their endgame where, what's it? The Kuja fight at the very end of the game deals more damage to you and attacks more if you grind. Like, it actually, like, kind of scales with your level, which is cool. And the second to last boss fight just completely just bombards you with status effects that really, like, it is totally possible to just get terrible luck in the last boss in 9 and just get 4. 9 is really good. I would hard recommend 9. Okay. Scary snake battle. 9 is very, very, very good. Probably some of my favorite character writing. Some of my favorite writing in general. Like, all of the characters have really good, like, just personal arcs through the story. All of them have, like, themes and like, all of this growth. Like, every character is really dynamic. The story in general is just really well done. The music's great. It's my favorite in the series. It's really exceptional. There's some stuff that's, like, meh about it. But, I mean, I have something like that in pretty much every Final Fantasy game. Because I'm super annoying and critical of things. But I really love 9 and definitely would recommend it if you haven't played it. Okay. Okay. Just gonna have her heal until we get to the second phase. That was a great decision. It was gonna miss anyways. Alright. Yeah, sure. No, I trying to think of, like, any not spoilery advice I can give. There's not really anything other than, like, yeah. Oh yeah, so you've played Final Fantasy, so you understand some of these concepts. I was just trying to think of things that they don't really explain well, because there's always something. The way summons work in that game are really annoying, and I would just avoid them in general. Because it depends on, like, inventory items. Like, you have to have a certain number of, like, gems. Like, you have, like, garnets and amethyst and, like, different kinds of, like, gemstones. that you can acquire, and the amount that you have is related to the amount of damage you deal with summons. So, something they literally don't tell you. Just figured I'd think of stuff like that. But yeah, overall, it's just like go in, play the game. It's on the easier side when it comes to Final Fantasies. There's only a couple moments that are kind of like annoying to deal with, but anything else that I would say would kind of spoil it. So yeah. Hell, I'd recommend pretty much every Final Fantasy I've played, other than like the first two. Those kind of suck, but like 6 is really good. 7 obviously is pretty great. Even 8, which I didn't think I was gonna like that much. I just played 8 this year and I enjoyed that one a lot too. All right. I remember when this game first came out, I got stuck on this boss for such a long time because I didn't understand how combos worked, like how additions worked. So the fight just took forever. I would just die. I also was, like, I had never played RPG before in my life, so I didn't really get how any of this worked. I'm gonna see if I can kill him while he's still in there. I think I might be able to do it. I did it last time I did this. I don't even know what level I am. I'm certainly not 20. Dead, dead. Come on. Shit. Yep, there it is. Great. Yeah, so, I don't know if you know this or not. I talked about this earlier, but I think you just joined in, so. Fun fact. The attack items deal damage based on the character who uses them. Like, it's based on their magic stat. So, like, I always have Shanna use attack items because they deal way more damage. And the game literally does not tell you that. So that's fun. But it makes Shanna, like, really powerful when a lot of people kind of consider her, like, the weakest character until magic happens. So, usually, if Shanna's in my party for a boss fight, I just spam attack items the whole time, and it makes the fights go a lot quicker. Yeah, I played through this game several times, and I never knew that until this last, I did a playthrough of this last year, that I just kind of discovered that on my own, and yeah. Okay. I'm making pretty good time here. Could be better. Yeah, a friend of mine was watching a little bit earlier, and I just kind of was rambling, and I was in, I was at the prairie, which is a terrible spot to just kind of autopilot, because I kept running in circles, and I forgot what I had just done. So I spent like a good 45 minutes at the prairie, because I kept forgetting, like, I was like, did I have the axe yet? I don't know. I just kept running in circles. But that's like the only area where that's a thing. Like, usually it's just kind of like linear progress. Like, just run through an area, fight boss, move on. So I could be in Bale already if I... That's a good spot to grind for sure. Especially that there being like the rest spot there. This is a great area to grind too, because you can grind right next to the fireflower or the rock fireflies. So you can just heal after every battle, which is nice. Okay. All right, let's go meet Albert. Oh, these things. I still don't know what I'm supposed to do with these stupid enemies. There's like some weird, like, I don't know how you figure it out. Like, there are guides that tell you what you're supposed to do, but... Let's save real quick. Like, I don't know how they figured it out other than, like, just experimenting. That's another thing they just don't explain is, like, I remember just attacking them and being like, why am I not dealing any damage? And then there's, like, a bunch of special enemies like that. There's one that instantly kills you. That one's super fun. Alright. I kept saying Bale. I think it's Brazil, actually. Maybe it is Bale. Oh, you have the guidebook. Nice. I had like a... I remember as a kid... Oh, goodness. Ears are killing me. As a kid, I had a printout. My mom, for Christmas, I wanted a guidebook for this game. And she just went to GameFAQs and printed out like, the 300-page, like... Just like a 300-page guide from, like, right off that website. It was pretty funny. She had one of those massive, like, binder clip things to hold it all together. I was still really jazzed about it. I think I also had, like, Prima one at some point, too, but I definitely... Like, I have a memory of having, like, that giant... just loose leaf paper, like, GameFAQs guide. Because that was before I knew how to internet, so I couldn't do that for myself. I just didn't know how she found it. Yeah, there's this, like, room... I remember this. There's, like, why? What is the purpose of this? Like, what... Like, is there supposed to be something there, or is it just, like... Hey, run down this ladder and get stuck behind these barrels. Alright. Oh, this painting too, I forgot about this. I think there's some story, side questy thing that happens with this. Like, you give it to his mom or something. That it's just like a cute little memento. Can't remember. There's a lot of, like, sad story stuff that you can go. Oh, most of it's sad. Just there to fill time. Yeah. There's like a lot of sad, little story stuff you can do that I never knew about. That I think I want to do this time. Like, when something happens that you think might be relevant to some random NPC, like you can go. You can, probably there's some new dialogue with that NPC that you can go have. Like, have you? Before I say anything else, have you beaten this game, or how far do you get in this game? Because I don't want to spoil stuff that you haven't like seen. Okay, cool. So like when Lava dies, you can go talk to his mom afterwards. And there's apparently like a scene there. Uh, it's funny. When Shanna, there's like several scenes that you can have with Shanna's parents and Celis. Like there's like I think there's like one every disc where like you can go talk to Shanna's parents. I think you go to Celis towards the end of the first disc and you can talk to them. You can talk to them after she gets kidnapped. Disc 3. There's like several points in which you can go have a scene with Shanna's parents. There's a bunch of stuff like that. There's a hole in the wall. Is this the passage for mice? The passage for mice. Probably should stop lollygagging and go do story stuff. I'm not going to do too much side stuff, I think. Bail usually takes forever. If you try to collect every item, and I'm kind of just doing like a chill playthrough. Unless there's like something really important, I might look that up real quick before I leave, but I'm sure there's like one item I should probably get. Oh, don't apologize. I'm like, you don't have to apologize to me about being chatty. Like, I literally spent like, there's a good half hour when I was just talking to no one in particular. Like, I'm a pro at that. Like, I have success with my streams and my ability to just talk to no one in particular for several hours when no one's watching. Since I still have a pretty small following on here, so that is never never a thing to apologize for, especially not to me. In fact, I actually appreciate and encourage chattiness because it gives me someone to talk to. So, by all means. Yeah, it's... What was that? Oh, well, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm going to try to be on here more often. It's going to be difficult for me to, like, have a consistent schedule, which I know is important, but... Consistency is not my strong suit. I'm going to try to be on here a few times a week, but... right now I'm a full-time student, and that kind of takes precedence. So it's just like whenever I have free time, which is tonight, fortunately. And if there's anything you want to see, you know, Um, I'm pretty open-minded on games in general. I like to give the people what they want. This entire like first 2 discs is just like different people telling Dart like, "Hey, you know she likes you, right?" Yeah, you'd think that like everyone would have a lot more of it right now, but I made this amazing decision to go back to school this year, so 19 credits, so that's keeping me very, very busy. Luckily, I'm almost done. Like, I have 2 more weeks of steady work, and then I'm home free until January. Although next semester I'm going to be super busy because I have an internship, but yeah, we'll see. In fact, like the next couple of years is going to be so. So right now, basically, yeah, I'd go for it. If you have any questions about just like technical stuff, I can definitely. Yeah. If you have any questions about streaming, though, like from a technical standpoint, I could be helpful. As far as like being successful, I don't really have anything to offer because I'm mostly in the I just do this for fun category right now. I'm trying to get some kind of consistent following. Like as long as I have like a few people to talk to, that's really all I care about. But I don't know anything about marketing or how Twitch works or how YouTube works. I'm just kind of here. I can tell you technically like how to make this happen, and what you should get, and yada yada yada. If you have any questions. Yeah, sure. It's depends on like what you want to stream, but I will say that there's a bit of overhead. If you want your possibilities to really open up, there's a lot of overhead that has to go into it. On a low budget, you basically have like, it depends on what kind of like PC you have or what kind of machine you have. I wouldn't recommend streaming on a Mac in general. If you happen to have a Mac, like that's very bad because of the way their audio capture works is terrible. But depending on what kind of like machine you have, if you have like a really like budget kind of low end thing, you probably are gonna mostly be doing like older games that are like really easy to run, because streaming is pretty resource intensive. Oh, do you have a Mac? Yeah, you're gonna have a bad time. I wish I could sugarcoat that a little bit more, but like Mac doesn't capture audio from your computer well. You have to run it through like a third-party app, and then there's a huge latency issue. It's really bad. Because I tried to stream on Mac for a while because it was more convenient, but it's tough to do. But it's not as bad if you use like a capture card, like an Elgato or whatever. Okay, you're streaming on Xbox. Okay, like from Xbox, because I think you can do that too, right? I've just been so married to like PC streaming, but like, I think that, yeah, if you stream from Xbox, then like, yeah, that's, I'm sure, pretty streamlined and easy to do, but, because I think you can, there's like, yeah, okay, cool. That's what I thought. Then like, yeah, then I obviously, I probably don't have a ton to offer. Connect, right, that makes sense. Because I'm a PlayStation kid, so I know PS4 has a thing for that, like, for Twitch streaming. They have the share button and a bunch of other stuff now. Okay, I have to go talk to Shanna out here now. So yeah, I don't have a ton to offer then, you know, just kind of do your thing, I guess. Because, like, there's a little bit more techie stuff that goes into streaming from a PC. Because, like, in order to do, like, right now what I'm doing, I can just talk about my setup very briefly. Right now what I'm doing is, this is being played on a PS3 through, like, their virtual console thing. I have, like, a download of this game on my PS3. And in order to get this to work... Yeah, I'm sure it is. That would make sense. But right now what I have is I have a PS3, and that PS3 has to run into a... this is unfortunately already really complicated. It has to run into a HDMI splitter, because PS3s are the only console that does this. So you don't have to worry about this with anything else. PS3s have an encrypted HDMI signal that was like a copyright protection thing. They've since stopped doing that since streaming's become a lot more popular. But basically, you have to decrypt the signal before you can capture it. But ignoring all of that, because that's just another, you know, wrench in things. I have that, and I run that into an upscaler, which is also completely arbitrary and unnecessary that you don't need at all. But I run that into a capture card. I have the Elgato HD60S. It's about $200. And then that runs, you know, just plugs into your computer, USB, and then there's a pass-through that runs that into whatever TV you use. So I have, like, I'm playing this on a computer, and then what you're seeing is, like, the capture on my... Like, I'm watching the game and playing through it, like, on a monitor, and I have... What you're seeing is, like, the capture that my computer is taking from my capture card. And then beyond that, I just have, like, a decent pair of headphones and, like, a pretty inexpensive USB mic that I just kind of have at a distance with the gain jacked up. I have a Blue Yeti, which is like $100, which is pretty cheap for mics. Yeah, it's if you want to capture, like, if you want to do PC games, it's a lot more doable on, like, a budget. If you want to capture from, like, a console, things get a little bit more hairy because you have to have a capture card first. Unless you have, like, an integrated system, like on the Xbox One and PS4 and everything. But yeah, that's basically my system. I have a bunch of different other gear that's, like, not worth really getting into. That just kind of is quality of life stuff. Mostly for, like, retro games, so they don't look like ass when I stream them. Just basically, like, upscalers and stuff that make the quality look a little bit better. And then I just have, like, a USB webcam that's how I get my face cam. And I have a subscription to Streamlabs OBS, which handles all of the actual streaming stuff pretty intuitively, and lets you stream to multiple platforms at once, which is neat. Although it's been pretty unnecessary. I love this song. But yeah, without getting, like, too techie, that's, like, my basic setup. And you could probably make it happen for, like, if you get a good, like, $350 to spare, you'd have, like, a passable streamer setup for pretty much anything. it took me a long time to just have the scratch to just throw it in Elgato. That's a big thing. Like, if you get a mic and a capture card, you can do most anything. If you're willing to spend that money. Webcams are even, like, you don't have to do face cam, so you don't even need that, technically. I like doing it because I think it lets me interact with people more. You know, you can see my face. But even that, this is the first time I'm doing face cam, like, ever, so. But yeah. If you ever wanted to do that, that's like the baseline. What it would take is just like a capture card and a mic. Because if you're using a capture card, you don't need like an incredible PC, because the PC is just using the, like, you need it to be able to run the streaming software, but you don't need it to be run the game itself. So that's the basic gist. All right, so yeah, I'm actually happy with it for like the first time in ever. The big drawback is my PC is not that great. I'm gonna look up like items in Bale real quick before I leave. You can keep chatting while I do that. Okay, here we are. But, yeah, I'm, like, fairly happy with it. What I can do has opened up exponentially. The problem is, like, most of my games are still on PC, and my computer is decent, but, like, you need some powerhouse stuff to run, like, modern games and stream them at the same time. Like, you need a good computer. And right now I have kind of like a budget gaming computer. Like, it's definitely, it can run most things, but I can't run most things and stream them at the same time because it's very resource intensive. But as far as like console gaming goes, I'm good. Like, I can do anything, which is great. Oh, I don't know what I just did. What did I just do? Oh, I just moved areas. Okay. Open store, item shop. Let's see what I have to get. Hey, and laptop is okay if all you're doing is like console stuff. Like, if you're not doing PC gaming, then you don't really need much. Like, a laptop's fine. In fact, a Mac is probably fine, because then you don't need to. The issue with Mac is, like, if you have to capture local audio, like if you have to take the audio from your desktop, which you would have to do with PC gaming, then there's like a huge amount of latency because you have to redirect it through you have to do a bunch of really ridiculous stuff in order to be able to capture Mac's audio, because Mac is stupid. But if you're just doing like console, then all of that information's already there through capture cards, so you don't have to do anything extra. So, like, if you just wanted to do console gaming, it's a lot. It costs a little bit more money if you don't have a gaming computer. Like, it costs a little bit more money to do console stuff, but like, it's still a bit more accessible, I would say. I mean, it's definitely cheaper than having to buy a gaming computer to do like PC gaming, streaming stuff, etc. I mean, hell, if you have a headset, which I'm assuming you probably do if you're trying to stream, you probably just need a capture card and that's it. I've been doing this for a good 4 years, and I really haven't had a good setup at all. There you go. Yeah, that could work. I mean, WoW is certainly more than doable. That game's been out for ages. I'm talking like, if you want to do like, if you want to like stream like The Witcher 3 or like, anything that's come out in like the last couple years, like you want to stream like Red Dead 2 or something, that's probably going to be a little bit more, that's going to be tougher to do on a computer that isn't like, doesn't have really good processing and like good RAM and, you know, a good graphics card. Like that's going to really push your computer. Also, obviously, want to have a good internet. I know I didn't mention that, but that kind of goes without saying. Shit. Keep getting distracted. Fook. Alright, clear the blockades. Stardust. Don't care about Stardust. Chests and secrets. Can you tell me what chests are? That's the only reason I'm here. Bale is full of... Okay, I'm gonna look for a different thing. Sorry, I thought that the first... Okay, treasures. Sparkle arrow, I need that. And a healing oh yeah, I have to get those things. What's an active ring? Oh yeah, I want all of those things, so I am gonna have to do some meandering real quick. Go away. Okay. Alright, well that's the most important one. I could do Stardust. It's just I mean I can, but like I usually don't focus on Stardust as much because Stardust means I'm gonna have to be a little bit more glued to a guide because I'm going to miss them if I'm not like looking for them. And I wanted to be a little bit more casual with this run through. I've definitely done it before. Like I've done runs where I collect all of them and like the other thing is I'm never gonna fight Faust. Like, I'm never gonna do that. I have no interest in putting myself through that. But like, wait a second. This is okay. Then head north and reach. Take the doorway on the ground, left side, enter the base, and find a sparkle arrow. Oh, it's right there. It's just really pixely. Walked right past it. I could though. I'm not like closed off to the idea. I just like. I mean, what the hell? I'm looking at the guide right now, so I may as well get these ones at least. Okay. Over here, there's one in the weapons shop. Check the furnace, and you'll get a Stardust. There we go. I mean, I think they're mostly in towns anyways, right? So... Yeah, I mean, like, I'm already getting stuff, so, like, they're already on my menu. I may as well get them. Don't really care about gold. That's kind of chump change right now. How much gold do I have? Oh, no, it is not. Alright. Go up through the stairs again. Just on the far left side. So yeah, I guess I'll do this whenever I get to a new town. That's not going to be too much of a hassle. Just on the far left side is 50 gold. What's this? Oh, right, yeah. I want to do that. Yep, cool. Forgot about that. Okay. We'll just do some exploring. Why not? That's that. Okay, go over here. Okay. There's our 50G. Alright. Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to do this, I may as well just poke around a bit. Because most rooms have something in them. There's a thing there. 100G. Okay. My goal for this stream was to get through Hoax, so I think I can do that. I think that's still a reasonable goal, although it'll probably be a 5-hour stream at that point. I'm okay with. But as I was saying before, though, like, I don't really have a bedtime or anything. Like, as long as people are watching, I don't mind, you know, hanging until I get really tired. Okay, I think that's all we have up here. Oh wait, there's... I don't think there's anything up here, but may as well check. That's this. What else? Something up here, maybe? Yes, there is. Yeah, you know, why not, right? He tells you, you're not allowed to go in, and then I just immediately go in. Okay. That just puts you down here. Already been there. Okay, so I think we've done most of what I can do from this angle. So that's the... Yeah, there was someone on earlier who was was requesting that I do a 24-hour stream, and I might disappoint on that front. I'm not sure how long I can do, but I don't know. We're playing it by ear for the most part. I was gonna like set the limit at like 5 hours if no one was watching, because at that point, you know, yeah, 24 hours would be a lot. I didn't tell them no though. I was just kind of like, we'll see. Like, probably not, but you know, play your cards right. You might get to witness that. I like the idea of doing really long streams conceptually. My body just doesn't like it when I don't sleep for a really long time. I hear you're kind of not supposed to do that. It's I mean, you're not. It is crazy. Yeah, people do it. It's like it's kind of a bit of a gimmick. Like, it attracts attention when, like, it's like, it's done because it's crazy. It's done because it's like a feat to do that. Like, for someone to be like, I'm gonna play through this entire game in one sitting, and it's really long, and just, stay tuned. People will do that because it's like, whoa, that's interesting. I'm gonna watch that. But no, it's like, not something you want to make a habit of doing, because that's kind of really bad for you. Like, would not recommend doing that on the reg. Alright. need one of those. I don't need another. Mostly just want to get some new gear. So let's get you some scale armor. You already have bastard sword. Yeah, I'm a big fan of sleep. Sleep is very much my friend. I'm big proponent of sleeping and eating and, you know, things that people do to survive. What was that? I got a noise, but I didn't get like a notification. That's odd. I think alert box is supposed to tell me what happened when I get those noises. Oh well. Something happened, that's cool. I still have to play with all that stuff. I'm still very much a baby streamer, even though I've been doing this on and off for a few years, but it's mostly been like... I've never had this kind of setup. Like, I never had like a chat box before. So, still figuring that stuff out. Oh, I need to buy him a salad. Do we care about these things yet? Yeah, apparently I don't get alerts. I heard I got a noise. And I don't know what the noise was. But when you followed, I saw it. I get the invisible cube, that's right. Yeah. When you followed, that popped up. I saw that right away. It's probably something small. Whatever, I'll have to tinker with that stuff. No biggie. That's expensive. I don't know if I want to get that right now. It might be important soon. Whatever, I can come back. I have an active ring. I forget what that's about. Okay. Dispiriting. I don't... It does not even matter right now. I love that they gave me an active ring before... Ward God Amulet. Oh, I absolutely do. Thank you. I want that for... I think I want that for Lavitz. Eventually I'm going to want that for, like, Hashel and, eventually I want that for Hashel, and then later on Kongol. Kongol I really want that for because his hit rate really sucks. But yeah, we can give that to Lavitz for now, because he's a little slow. It's funny that Lavitz and Albert have the same stats, and Lavitz is like incredibly slow, and Albert is just like breakneck fast, because his additions are so difficult. Okay. Did that. So... Okay, item shop. Oh. Yeah. This is why I generally don't like to... Oh, can't do anything about that. I like his additions a lot. They're fun. They're super fun. There's my item shop. It's back here. I like how, like, because those are probably the most difficult additions. Minus, like, some of Dart's, like, really, like, advanced ones. Like, whatever the last one is like Burning Daimo, I think, is really hard. But Lavitz's stuff is just hard in general. But I like how they kind of work up to it by Lavis being like doing the same additions but really slow, so you can kind of like get the pattern a little bit before they ramp up the difficulty and give you this impossibly fast character. Okay, this isn't a well either. Where's the well? Am I in the wrong area? I might be in the wrong area. It said buy the item shop. Maybe it's not like an... Oh, is it like this? That's not a well, though. That's a fountain. You'll find a well. Okay. Take the road next to the item shop. You'll find a well. Inside the well is a stardust. Okay. What am I missing? Oh my god, it's like right there. Other reason why I don't go out of my way for, like, where I don't do the stardust thing is because I'm really bad at finding things. Like, notoriously bad. Okay, so all that's a thing. We've done all that. We'll go, I think that's Lavitz's house there. So we're about to do that. Like, I don't know what it is, but, like, I've lost things before that were just right in front of my face, and it took me a really long time to find them. Oh, were you? You were typing to tell me? Yeah, please. I need that, because, like... Oh, I'm so bad with that. Everything just kind of is just kind of background, unless I'm... Like, I just have like, such mental tunnel vision all the time. Wad-based its individual attack. That's going to come in handy soon, so we'll grab some of that. One of these. Got plenty of those. I don't know when I'm gonna... I'll be able to buy these in Hoax, I think. I'm mostly worried about the Verge. Because the Verge can do a ton of, like, every Verge boss does, like, a ton of, mental, status effects. Namely fear and confusion, which are what I'm most worried about. Confusion can just decimate you. But I think I'm gonna have an opportunity to buy stuff before then, and I don't want to use it. Another dig I have this game, the inventory, is so bad. I hate it. I hate it being so small. It drives me crazy. Earth for all. I'll buy a couple of these. Buy a couple of these too. I fear the confusion more than I fear the fear. The fear is tolerable, although not great. Confusion... I've gotten really bad luck with the Verge before, and when it does its, like... When it does its status effect move, I've gotten 3 characters with confusion, and it was just an instant game over. Which is what I'm really worried about. That's why I was thinking about buying the expensive guard for that. Which I still might do. Alright. We'll call that good for now. Yeah, that's all fine. Okay. Like, in Final Fantasy, confusion is bad until you just get attacked. But, like, in this game, it's literally like a death sentence unless you can heal it. Like, getting attacked does not cure it, which really sucks. That's the only status effect that's really bad in this game. Bewitchment's pretty bad too, but like you just have to kill the thing that bewitched the character, and usually they can't do it on all 3. Confusion, there's several moments in the game where like all 3 characters can get confused, and you're done. Yeah, it's rare that it happens. it's usually not an issue. It's like you have to be like really unlucky. But it's totally happened to me before, and I want to avoid that. Alright, let's do this whole thing. Whew. Oh yeah, she thinks that Laps is dating Shanna. Oh boy. Dart is such a doofus. Shanna is just like... Shanna's entire personality is being in love with Dart. Every single time. I always do that. It's funny. But yeah, it's... I was talking about this a little bit earlier, and it's like a small thing that bugs me a little bit. I try not to be like... It doesn't bother me too much. But like, Shanna's entire personality... Like, Shanna's entire character, almost, in this game, is just being in love with Dart. And that's like it. Like, I didn't realize that, like, as much when I was a kid, but like as an adult, I'm like, oh my god, like every piece of dialogue she has is just like, I love you. And it's kind of funny. Like, it's kind of cute too. But it's like sometimes it's like, oh my god, come on. Like it's a lot more endearing when they stop like the will they won't they halfway through the game and they're actually like a couple. Then it becomes a little bit more, you know, like, I don't know, interesting, I guess. But like it's just such a like, oh yeah, okay, well they're clearly gonna end up together. Okay, cool. It's not just me. Great. She annoys the shit out of me. I just didn't want to, you know. I don't want to talk too much shit in case there's like some... Yeah, Shanna annoys the hell out of me. Especially like I said, it's better when it's like a mutual thing, when it's less just her being like just all over him. Like here's the thing. It's just like every other character has like their own motivations and like all of these different things about them. Like every other character has something about them that like motivates them and some kind of character arc. Shanna has a backstory and she is important to the narrative in like a big way. But like as far as her personality goes and her dialogue, like most of her dialogue is just her like just falling over Dart. And it's like it's a bit annoying. But like halfway through the game, it's a better dynamic because they're at least together. So like, it feels a little bit more relevant. But like when they're just like trying to save the world and stuff, and all Shanna can think about is like how much she wants to gush over Dart, and it's like, why are we talking about this now? Show me around your house. Just go over here, because I think this is what triggers the thing. Just try to get through this. Yeah, she's the only character I kind of don't like. I like her character design. And I like her backstory. I think all of that's very interesting, but I definitely like didn't mind when Miranda replaced her in the party because Miranda's a fucking ass kicker and she's awesome. I that's pretty cute. I I've always like wanted to do stuff like that. I always feel weird about it because I'm not like an actor, and like doing it on stream is a bit of a choice. That's funny. Yeah, like it's just I just can't hold back. I just care about this person so much that I have absolutely no romantic feelings towards, except I do. But we're gonna play this will they won't they for like 20 hours. That's what bothers me the most, I think. Like, if they built up to it a little bit more, if it was like a little bit more subtle, I think I wouldn't have a problem with it. But it's just, it takes up so much space when it feels like a bit irrelevant. That, like, it's just like, yeah, of course this is going to happen. Just let it happen because we're already doing this. Like, an hour into the game, we're already aggressively, like, signaling this is going to happen. Let's get ready. Okay. Yeah. Oh, moms. My mom's like that too. She's a sweetheart. Oh yeah, the thing that happens with his dad. I forgot about that. See, like, he has all these things that motivate him that are part of his story. Yeah, I mean, like, you don't even need to acknowledge it because it's just such a trope on its own. Like, it already is like, okay, well, you know, male protagonist rescues female protagonist from a literal dungeon in the first hour of the game. I wonder if they're going to end up together. It's just like anyone who's like watched anything or watched or played anything like this, like any kind of, you know, fantasy story like this, like they know what's happening. But you could just have them talk about things. Like, it's easily like my biggest criticism of this game. Like, writing wise, there's a lot of stuff that's like, most of the stuff is just fine. But like, you've played 10. The like relationship with Titus and Yuna in 10 is very organic. Like, it's clear that he likes her. He talks about it like right away that he has a giant crush on her. But like the way they develop their relationship is so organic. You know, it's like really, it's really sweet and endearing, and I love it. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a bit more of an exception, I think. Oh, excuse me. Just a little congested, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the exception to the rule. That's a big one, though. It's just a good point. Nintendo just kind of does that in general, too. Like, there's more of a romantic-ish implication with, like, Mario and Peach. But, like, they do the same thing there. They never actually, like, do anything. Nintendo just kind of avoids... I don't know. But yeah, Zelda's like never. It's always just been like this kind of like spiritual connection. It's always been like this kind of destiny and fate kind of thing. Never a like. I mean, there was one game that shall not go. Well, I guess it's being mentioned, but there's the Philips CDI games, which there is like Link is very much interested in Zelda romantically in those games, but like we don't talk about those. They're pretty bad. That's funny. My favorite is like someone talking about the fact that Bowser has kidnapped Peach so many times that it's just like they're not even enemies. It's just like a thing that they do on the weekends. Like it's just like an activity where it's like, okay, I guess I'm gonna go rescue Peach again. I think that's kind of funny. Okay. Let's go do this fun stuff. Alright. Come on. Take the wine, you drunk. I love how he doesn't even ask you, he just takes your shit. So, I have 100%... I make this mistake like every time, and I'm being cognizant of this time so I don't do it, because it's the most annoying thing ever. I'll do this thing where, like... Whenever I have to get on the boat here, and there's like that 3-minute cutscene of you just like floating around the village, I forget to get off, and I just go like full circle around the village and have to wait another 6 minutes to actually do the thing I need to. So we're going to remember to not do that this time. Because, like, the text lands on, like, don't stop here or something, or, like, keep going. And I just press X, and then I'm just locked into another... a lot of nonsense. I missed some Stardust somewhere. Oh, it's so annoying. That's why I was like, maybe I won't look for items, because I just don't want to accidentally do that again. Okay. I think I got most of the things I care about. I got the money. Oh god, go away, Snapchat. I got the active ring. Oh yeah, that's totally, I didn't realize that. I don't know if you were paying attention, but or if you realize it's because I just like never do, but like... Oh, is this all for Stardust? Oh. Whatever. When you go into like... when you go into the throne room and bail, you make that right and go into like the tower with the little slide that goes down. The guy in that room is what's his name? Is Lloyd. Is like the man in the hood. Like Lloyd is just there. I didn't realize that was him. Look, it's the character model, and I didn't know that was actually him, but that is Lloyd that's just hanging out in bail. Which is crazy. Yes, the silver-haired, the silver-haired antagonist with a giant sword that totally isn't a stand-in for Sephiroth. Totally isn't a. I mean, he's not Sephiroth at all, but like visually, that's definitely a thing that they're trying to make people think. IMO. Get off the boat. That's what I always mess up, is I just go straight. There's my Stardust. That's all what this is for. Okay. Lulloid. What, because of the two L's? That's fun. Okay. I missed some Stardust in Lavitz's house. Man, I wonder, like, where, like, the generational cutoff is for people who played this game. Because, like, most of the people I'm friends with are people who are around my age and like, know what this game is at the very least. But, like, I gotta imagine that, like, a lot of people in their 20s just don't know what this game is. Because it's not like... It was kind of like a cult hit. It wasn't, like... Before I leave here, I want to make sure I got everything. Yeah, it's just this. Okay, cool. But like, it was kind of a cult hit at the time of release, but it's not like a game that like has like a huge legacy behind it. Like, everyone knows what, like, Final Fantasy VII is, or like, you know, other games that like Metal Gear Solid, you know, other games from this generation that like have huge, you know, franchises and or are insanely popular. Like, this game was a kind of a sleeper hit, or just kind of a sleeper in general. Like, it didn't do super well, I think. Hey, there you go. Well, happy birthday. I'm in my 20s for another a little over 2 years. I'll be 28 in a couple weeks. But like, that's what I'm like I think the fact that like I'm playing this game shows my age on its own. Like, yeah, I feel like a lot of Gen Zers like haven't played this or don't know about it because it wasn't like insanely popular. It was popular for people who were, you know, who were of age, I guess. But like, I was 8 years old, so I can't imagine people who are much younger than that like really got into this. In fact, all my friends who have played it are older than me. They're like in the 30s. Okay. Forgot what I was doing. Lavitz's house. Stardust. Man, I don't feel 28. It's a weird feeling. Like, not to get like super deep here, but like, great. There's more Stardust. I think I almost have all of it. Not to get like super deep here, but like, Stardust there. I feel like for the first like 20 plus years of my life, there was just constantly things happening. Like, I was going to school, and there had all these obligations and activities that I was involved in, all these people that was constantly, like, every day was eventful. And then I graduated. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then I graduated from like from college and like I got my undergrad, and then like suddenly, like it just everything stopped. It just felt like, okay, I go to work, and I come home, and sometimes I see my friends every like couple months. Just like really felt like stagnant all of a sudden. Like, it doesn't feel like 4 years have happened since I graduated college, but lo and behold, that's where I am. I don't know. Not to get, like, too, you know, super, super deep, but, like, or serious, but, like, yeah, it's freaking weird, man. Okay, so it should have 7. Should have 7. Not those. I want those goods. Oh yeah, that's another little translation thing. Wait. Oh, does it... Armed item, used item. So does it only... Oh, it says right there, start as 5, so I clearly haven't gotten all of them. So what am I missing? Okay. We got the one in the well. Got the one in the weapon shop. Okay, we got the one there. Where's number 4? Okay. Alright, I know where it is. Yeah, pretty much, right? Like, it's just very odd. Yeah, it's... Well, I got the one in like the hearth and like the armory. I know where it is now. It's another one in the castle. Apparently there's already a Stardust that I missed. That I'll have to go back for at some point. Although if it's where I think it is, it's not going to be hard to find. Because I think it's probably in the prairie in the shack. Alright, so... It's up here. I have to wait for this stupid... There it is. Great. Come on. Come on. Do your walk cycle. Thank you. There we go. So yeah, it says that there's 6 here, and that I should have 7. So... Oh, I bet I... Start as 0. Wait a second. Start as 0. Okay, I'm confused then. Why does... These IGN guides. So, it says I have 0 Stardust before this area, and then I find 6 in this area, and then I have 7. There probably is one in Celis. I don't know why it didn't... Okay, so... Guide part 2. What is this? Guide part 3? So we want... Yeah, there's this... it's in Celis. Thank you. It totally is, and I must have missed that one. Because I definitely got the other 6 that are here, so we'll just have to go back for that. I'll be there, like, on my own anyways. I don't need to go out of my way for that, because after the Return Hell in a Prison, I'm just going to end up there, so... Chill. Okay. Do I need Panic Guard? Or whatever it is. I have 7 or 14 gold. Yes, I'm going to get it. Not Panic Guard, whatever the other one is. The one that is... Confusion. Oh, Panic Guard is Confusion for some reason. And not Fear. So I kind of want both. Because Confusion, or Fear follows you after battle. Like, it doesn't go away. I think that's right. But Confusion is way worse. I'm just gonna get Confusion because that's like way worse to have. Like I'm gonna avoid. Yeah, we'll be fine. I'm just concerned about everyone getting confused in the Verge fight at the volcano. Because that has happened to me before, and that's pretty bad. But as long as like someone has a Panic Guard, I'll be fine. Where's what's her name? Is she here? I don't have 10 Stardust anyway, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go to Hoax now. Okay. So this is the next boss fight that I got stuck on for a while was Kongol. Because once again, I wasn't good at additions. So, I had some trouble with this one. Although, there's like a couple fights that I still have trouble with now. But like, they're the ones that everyone has trouble with. It's mostly like the third disc, just really is aggressively hard. But like, it's the is it Django? It's the giant beast in Helena Prison. I really hate. Dragoon Duel's a little tough, but he's not really. I usually get through him the first time. But it's always touch and go for a little. And then the other ones, I think, like Disc 2 is pretty easy. Oh no, it's not. Linus. The first Linus battle in Disc 2 is insanely hard. The second one's a joke, but the first one's like she just attacks like 6 times in a row. Like she could just like KO you from full health and there's nothing you can do about it. She's really nasty. And she also does water magic, which just destroys Dart, who's probably your strongest character at that point. And then Disc 3 has like several bosses that are super hard. Namely the Guardian in the Forbidden City and the Divine Dragon. Yeah, there's like one on every disc. Oddly enough, Disc 4 is one of the easiest until like the very end of the game. Disc 4 is the only one, like, the last boss on Disc 4 is tough. Like, the very last boss in the game is pretty tough, but, like, I usually don't have, like, there are no bosses that really bother me on disc 4. Whereas disc 3 really, really, really kills me, though. Like, Divine Dragon is... Oh, it's so hard. Just like, hey, everything that you've used to get through the game this far... That's fair. I just saved, didn't I? Am I doing that again? Am I doing the thing? Yes, I am. Okay. Alright, let's go. I just get caught in these loops sometimes. That's fair. Yeah, I'm like that too. I've never beaten this game, so I have the same issue. Usually I get around disc 4 when I just stop. But mark my words, I am going to beat it this time. It's gonna happen. This is a fun area. I like this kind of boss gauntlet that they do. Really, you're gonna charge me to stay at this hotel when I'm going to protect your town? Okay. I know that there's more Stardust here, so since I'm already using the guide, I may as well keep on keeping on. Okay. It's saying the house up here. Question mark? Okay, go to the house that's almost overlooking where you came in. Up the stairs near where you entered, find a Stardust in the furnace of the basement. Okay, there we are. Alright. Every fireplace ever has a Stardust. Okay. Okay, War Room is the other one. Okay, so yeah, this isn't taking too much time to do. I can just kind of check in every time I get to a new town. I think they're all in towns, unless I'm mistaken. There's like one that's in the fort, in the Fort Kaiser, or whatever that is. That's in the marsh. But beyond that, I think they're all in towns. Or buildings or structures or whatever. I'm sure there's one at the castle at the end of the disc. The whatever you want to call it. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's the marshland one. That's like that's the only one I can think of though, right? Like oh boy. Oh, is that right? Well, thank you for that. I don't think I have to actually do anything. I just, like, walk right back in. Alright, so... War room... Okay, Kaiser. Let's go. There is, like, a 0% chance I die during this, so... I'm not feeling like I need to save too often. Alright. Yeah, what's it? I'm sure there's a ton in after the marshland, I probably don't have to worry about anything until I get to... Is it Lone? What's the name of that town? Lohan. The town with the sitar music. That's clearly supposed to be like an Indian bazaar kind of vibe. Or Middle Eastern, I guess. Bazaar. Yeah. And here we are. All right. Close the gate. Yep. There's the We Gon' Fight music. I used to get stuck on this area so much as a kid. Both bosses I had trouble with. It's so funny thinking about this, like, playing through this as a kid and, like, when I got the Dragoon stuff, it felt like I was, like, really far in the game because of how much I had struggled up to that point. Now it's like I can do it in, like, a stream. I can get this far. But I just had no idea how RPGs worked, or, like... Just, you know, I never really played games that much. Hell, I didn't really get into, like, stats and that kind of stuff until recently. I was just like, that character looks cool, I'm gonna use them a lot. I think it wasn't until I played Dark Souls that I got really into stats and that kind of stuff and builds, because it became, like, really necessary. Alright. Yeah. That's the best thing about RPGs, is if it's too challenging for you, you can change the difficulty just by grinding like crazy. Like even Dark Souls, which is like a notoriously difficult game, if you really are having trouble, just go grind for a really long time, and you will be able to, you'll be able to get through the game. It's kind of what I did. I'm not like a good gamer, but I've totally beaten Dark Souls. Yeah. In Final Fantasy, it's the power of gear more than anything else. Like, in Final Fantasy, a lot of times, like specifically, that series, a lot of times you can beat the game with like level 1 characters if you have a really good gear. Because it matters way more than your level, which I kind of like. Like, you can legitimately do level 1 runs of Final Fantasy IX because you don't get experience from boss battles in 9, and you can run from every random encounter, so you can conceivably end the game with level 1 characters. And there are speedruns that do exactly that. I would never do it because that sounds horrible, but you can. Yeah. Since you did a lot of grinding, did you ever get the Ultimate War God? Because, I've highly considered it a few times. It was never worth the time. But I definitely, I considered it with a couple characters, and they're awful, awful difficult additions. Oh, you did get it? Well, props to you. Alright. Yep. I always get lucky on this one. Whoa! That's a lot of money. Yeah, I never grind enough to get like one of them because I just don't like grinding in general. I do it if I have to, but like if a game has too much grinding involved, I usually just lose interest and stop playing. Which is why I can't play like early Final Fantasy games, early RPGs in general, really, because I have issues with that. It just becomes not fun after a while. It just becomes kind of like a chore. But that's just me, of course. Some people, you know, it ain't no thing. Yeah, okay. Should probably check on health. Yeah, imagine Lavitz is probably not doing well. Yep, there he is. Oh, come on, dude. Yeah. You deal less damage, so... we'll just... Actually, he might deal more damage right now. I don't think Lavitz has gotten a new weapon yet. I'm not sure. Yep. I got the right one again. I think I killed him. Yep. Wow. I used to actually have problems with that fight. I mean, yeah, if you were level 20 by the time you fought the Ouroboros, I'd imagine you probably would have enough money for an Ultimate War God. Because I'm only level 7 right now. What time are we at? Oh, it's 1 a.m. Damn. The last Giganto. My boy Kongol. Alright. This fight always makes me choke on additions, though. Just because they actually matter. Well, the last couple times I played this, it was on an emulator, so... I've definitely had an easy time with all of this because timing is always really precise. Yeah, that's... I gotcha. If I do any grinding, it's before my return to Helga. Because that, what do you call it? I think it's Django. Whatever the name of the... Oh boy. Not doing it. I don't need to do it. Whatever the name of that, like, creature is in the basement that you have to fight. That thing sucks. And, I've definitely grinded before that one before because it's a miserable fight. But now that I know the whole thing with, like, attack items, like, Shayna is incredibly useful because that boss has very bad magic defense. So that's something you can exploit pretty heavily. If you buy a bunch of, I think it's wind magic. I think that they're an Earthite boss. I got this. Just gotta watch my health. What are you doing, huh? What are you doing? I can't buy healing breezes yet, so I don't want to use them. He's not nearly as nasty as he is the second time you fight him. Got it close. Yep, already done. How about that? I've played through this game way too many times. Oh yeah. Kongol's my boy. I love Kongol. This is a cool CGI scene too. Rose. Best girl Rose. I want to talk about good characters in this game. Rose is a phenomenal character. Dude, she's awesome. She's probably more of like a female protagonist than Shanna is. Shanna just is kind of just like a character of like circumstance, or a victim of circumstance, I guess. Like she's just kind of like has the backstory where she's incredibly important, but she doesn't really do a whole lot story-wise besides be a damsel in distress, which is annoying. Rose, on the other hand, holy shit. Rose is awesome. That's awesome. That's really cool. I thought Dart was the coolest motherfucker. I was super about this game in general. I just thought was like aesthetically the coolest thing I'd ever seen. Like as an 8-year-old, who was into like Saturday morning cartoons and stuff. This was just like right up my alley. Like the Dragoon design is just the coolest thing. Still, it's just it's so cool looking. Nice. Yeah, I don't think I don't have the signature spiky anime hair to do Dart or most most protagonists, like JRPG protagonists. Actually, there's a couple Final Fantasy characters I've considered that like are a little bit more normal looking. Like you probably, I don't know if you played 6 or not, but I've considered cosplaying Locke because I look a lot like Locke for Final Fantasy 6. Or at least enough like Locke to pull that off. I could also probably do Squall if I want to. The Squall has that cowlick going on too. Yeah, that's true. Wigs are a thing, but 6 is good. I'm not sure what your overall taste in games are, or like what you're most like comfortable with, like console generation wise. If you've played like a lot of Super Nintendo era stuff, you probably would be cool with 6. 6 is like, I don't know. Actually, 6 isn't that bad. 6 is pretty much like if you played a lot of PlayStation games, 6 is not going to be like too clunky interface wise. 6 is excellent. I highly recommend 6. It's one of the best games in the series. Right? Yeah. He's only Leon in Kingdom Hearts. Fun fact. Like everyone knows him as Leon now because of Kingdom Hearts, but they never call him that in the entire game in Final Fantasy VIII. He is Squall. Squall is his name. The whole game. Maybe I don't know the lore enough, but like, I don't know where Leon came from. Like, Lionheart is his last name, I guess, but like, I don't know. Maybe I wasn't paying attention and I missed something, but yeah, his name is Squall in 8. Oh, and you're talking about the remake? Yeah, 7's almost like a little bit clunkier than 6 is even. 7's like early PS1 jank. Whereas like Final Fantasy 6 is like one of the last games to come out for Super Nintendo. So it's just really, it feels a lot cleaner. 7 feels awkward. It's a really good game. I still love it, but like, it's probably the most awkward looking and feeling games. Especially Final Fantasy, it's easily the most. Like 9 plays really smooth. 9 has aged really well. But yeah. I don't know. If you do play 6, it's hard to recommend 6 just because the the ways that you can play Final Fantasy VI right now are not good ones, because right now the official release of 6 that is like on most platforms is like this really god-awful remake they did that like in an attempt to like clean up sprites and everything, they just really it just looks bad. Like they really just steamrolled over whatever sense of like aesthetic and art direction it had, and it's just like really doofy looking sprites and backgrounds that are just simple, and I don't know. I just hate the way it looks personally, but oh, great. Yeah, 9 is... If you haven't played 9, that's probably my highest recommended Final Fantasy game. I mean, I've already talked about that at length, so I don't need to go into it, but... Like, if I were to rank them... clearly could talk about this for hours, because it's, like, my favorite series, but... if I were to rank them, it would probably be 9... Then it would be 9, then 10... And then 7, and then 6, I would say, in that order. I might even swap 6 and 7, but 6 and 7 are very close. This is probably a hard sell. Hey, sweetie. Up, up. Ah. Puppy. He wanted attention. He was begging. This is probably a hard sell, but for Final Fantasy VI, my recommendation would be Emulator. Yeah, he's a cutie. He's very needy. He needs lots of attention. He's a good boy. He's a little lapdog. Yeah, for 6, my recommendation would be Emulator, which might be a hard sell. I don't know. It's not, like, hard to do. Like, if you typed in, like, SNES Emulator and then Final Fantasy VI ROM, like, there's, like, no setup required. It would just be, like, running an app and then finding a file. But that might be a hard sell, because that's like, there's no legitimate way to play that game other than getting like an SNES cartridge that has like the original. Like the original release is the only like good, like in my opinion, like good way to play the game. Don't get me wrong, it's like if that gets in the way of you playing it, like just play whatever port exists. But like the PS1 port's pretty bad. And the iOS/Steam/ whatever other platforms it is on, like current port that they have, like the mobile port, is pretty bad as well. I would say it's a lot worse. So there's a good port on Game Boy Advance that I'd recommend, and there's the SNES release, which you probably have to emulate unless you have the means to get one. So yeah, that might be a hard sell. I am a super fan, and I'm really picky about those kind of things, so maybe that matters a lot more to me than other people, but if I were to recommend an optimal way to play the game, that's what I would say. Either way, like, it's just worth playing, and it's probably not It's probably not as big of a deal as I'm making it out to seem like. So yeah. He's a puppy. He's a good boy, huh? He's a good boy. Hey. Hello. That's fair. Here, let me take a look. Oh, I have a here's a recommendation. Do you have an SNES? I guess is the question. before I recommend you doing this. That's also fair. Mine is 2. You know. I have so many games that I'm supposed to play, and then here I am replaying a game I played. Oh, you have one? Great. Then never mind. You should totally just try to find a cartridge, I think. Let's see. Oh, they're not that bad. Oh no, they're pretty bad, actually. Okay, so it depends. Okay, so here's the spiel with this. There's a whole market now, or a whole thing now, where like people will recreate old SNES carts. They're like bootleg carts, and they're going to be a lot cheaper than like the real thing. So Final Fantasy VI on SNES was actually called Final Fantasy III in the United States for very stupid reasons. Basically, it was the third game they released here because we didn't get 2, 3, or 5. So Final Fantasy IV was Final Fantasy II over here, and Final Fantasy VI was Final Fantasy III over here, and then everything after that had the right title. So if you get like an authentic SNES cartridge, it will say Final Fantasy III on it. So you're going to find some parts that actually say Final Fantasy VI on it that are SNES carts that are a lot cheaper. Those are probably bootlegs. They might be fine. I don't know. Personally. I've never used them. But that's just worth knowing. But they're going to be a lot cheaper. They'll be about $20. It looks like authentic Final Fantasy VI carts are like $60 minimum. Complex names, yeah. Oh, it's super stupid. But like, if you see a Final Fantasy III SNES cart, it's probably going to be around $60 to $70 based on just my few seconds of perusing. That's what I found on like marketplaces and stuff. For the bootleg carts are going to be super cheap though. They'll be like $20, and maybe you want to try a hand at that first and see if those work. They're probably mostly fine, I would imagine, but I've never used them. Maybe just check out reviews or whatever. But yeah, if you have an SNES, that's the way to play it. That's 100% like how you should play it. But I also empathize with the game list being very, very long, because, yeah. Oh, for sure. I am your resident Final Fantasy guru. It is very much my area of expertise in the gaming world. There's another series that has just been a part of my childhood and that I've continued to enjoy as an adult. My first, the first few RPGs I ever owned was Legend of Dragoon, and then Final Fantasy IX, and then 7. And 9 has remained my favorite. Just probably still my favorite game of all time. But 7 is pretty good too. And obviously, I love Legend of Dragoon. Yeah, it's just like, because you know you're in for a good experience. It's not like a risk, you know? It's just like, yeah, I feel like having that experience again that I've already had. I do it all the time. I love that line. Do you think a wasted death is honorable or something? Quality Rose sass. Maybe I can do it now. I love how like his character model looks like his neck is just inside his armor. Like he looks like he's like purtling inside his armor. Oh, dude, I love Golden Sun. I love Golden Sun so much. I love Golden Sun, and I'm really angry because I played Dark Dawn and I really liked it, and they never made another one. Dark Dawn was like really, 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 really dark and morbid, and I loved that about it. Like, I don't know. Have you played all of them or just like the GBA ones? Oh, is that right? Oh, I see. Yeah, dude, I'm super. That's awesome. Yeah, I really liked Golden Sun. That was another one that was very much a part of my childhood. That was a little bit later on. I think that was like it was pretty early on. I think it was like 10, 12ish. But yeah, Golden Sun's really cool. I love just that whole system is really neat. It was also made by the same developers that made another one of my favorite games, or game series, which is Shining Force for the Sega Genesis, which was kind of like Sega's response to Fire Emblem, which at the time didn't exist over here, because we didn't get any Fire Emblem games for... It's pretty cool. Get down. Get down, bud. It's just like a turn-based strategy game. Yeah, it was their competitor for Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem didn't exist here until like 2003, I think. Until like we got like a GBA port of like the 6th game in the series. But Shining Force did, and Shining Force is pretty cool. That's another game where it's pretty old. It might have aged well. Just it might just be a little clunky interface wise, but I don't know. I like it. It's fun. But yeah, it's like I think they made like 3 of them before they started making Golden Sun, and they're all like turn-based strategy games. Okay. Wouldn't like hard recommend those ones. They're probably a little bit more. I don't know. They're fun, but like I wouldn't like not like Final Fantasy 9 and 6. I'd like very, very, very highly speak of and be like, yeah, those are probably like essential at some point to play through. But like Shining Force is just a neat. It's fun, but if you're not like super into like if you're not super into like turn-based strategy stuff, like tactics, RPG stuff, you probably aren't gonna like it. Alright, I'm gonna practice these additions because I'm really terrible at these still. Yeah, like yeah, turn-based strategies like Those are the games where you're like walking around. I mean, I'm hopefully not. Yeah, you might already know this, so apologies if you do. Those are the games where you like kind of walk around a map. 12 and 13. Okay, that's fair. I didn't like 13. I'm iffy about 13. I like more than most people, but I totally get why it's definitely like pretty low tier Final Fantasy wise. I wouldn't like. That's not like an essential game or anything. It has its moments. 12. I didn't like the first release of it, the Zodiac Age re-release they did that like really completely reworks the combat system. I loved. But if you don't like the combat system in general, it changes progression to make your characters a little bit beefier and kind of streamlines like leveling and classes and stuff. But like, if you don't like the combat system in general, you won't like it any more than you did the first time. I like 12. 12 is kind of mid-tier. Like it's fun. It has a really good overworld, but like the story is not super engaging. The characters aren't great, minus like a couple of them. But yeah. Like, 6 through 10 are probably the best in the series. 8 is a bit of a black sheep, but it's decent. Anything outside of that, I wouldn't, like, hard recommend. 5 is really good, but that's also in the territory of, like, if you're really into the series, maybe give that a go, but that's, like, a bit more hardcore than your staple, like, I already said this, a broken record at this point, but 6, 7, 9, 10 are your bread and butter, I think. If you really like those, then play more. But those are the only ones I would like hard recommend to like anybody. All right, let's try this. I'm always really bad at this. Ah, so close. Okay. Please let me try again. I can usually get 4. Shit. That last one's so hard to do. Because there's no wiggle room on it. It has to be really precise to get that 5th hit. Okay. Okay. Yeah! There we are. Let's see if I can get a couple in a row. I always need to brush up on this because it's a lot more difficult than the additions. Okay, cool. You can usually get the first one. That's funny. Yeah, I really struggled with this a while ago. I'm a little bit more consistent with it now, but like, I still have trouble nailing this consistently. Like, if they had a boss that tested you on your ability to get perfects with the Dragoon editions, I'd be fucked. Okay, cool. That's 3 in a row. That's good enough for me. I get why they make them harder, though, because you deal a lot more damage. And fortunately, it's a little less important that you nail these, because you're not going to do them as much. Alright. Alright. All done. We're good. Not much. Yeah, sure. Thanks for tuning in. It's been nice chatting with you. Hopefully I'll see y'all around again. You too. Thanks. Alright. Okay. And that'll adds up pretty good because it is, well, I don't know where y'all at, but in the faraway land of Pittsburgh, it is 1:30 a.m. right now. So I think I'm gonna do some quick shopping here, and then I'm gonna call it a stream for now. Is there any shopping I can do here? It might not be. Might have to go back to Bale for that. Oh, nice. Yeah, I might be wrong about that. There might be no shops in Hoax. Who are you? I don't know. Okay. Alright, who's this guy up here? Just to check all my boxes here. Interact with this fella. Oh. Okay, well, just gonna assume that there's no shops in this town then. Am I fully healed at least? Yes. Great. Alright. Well, just gonna do a little prep so that I'm ready for this next area when we stream whenever that happens again. Shit, it might be tomorrow night. Depends on how tomorrow goes. I have some stuff I gotta do, but if I can get all my ducks in a row, I might hop on again tomorrow. Oh, right. It's kind of flatlined there for a sec, sorry. Okay. Yep. Rose is level 8. But that doesn't really matter because I want that Dragoon level to go up. Okay, so let's just do that. Okay. What's this edition look like? Oh, nice. Great. Already maxed one of them. Okay. Alright, well, that was a pretty good stream. Like, as long as I have, like, one person to talk to, it's a good stream. That's all that matters to me, you know. If I can entertain one single human being, we had a successful night on our hands. That being said, if I saved, probably have, but yeah, whatever, we'll do it again. Oh, I totally have, actually, I don't think. Not recently. Okay, well, cool. Okay, well, that's it for today. If you're watching after the fact, thank you for sticking through the entire stream. If you're, sorry, I'm getting very tired. If you're watching, do me a huge favor and throw me a like, a subscribe, leave some comments, especially if you don't do any of those other things. Leave some comments on what you'd like to see, what was good, what was bad, yada yada yada. Give me some constructive criticism. You know, talk about what you'd like to see out of this channel, and you know, I'd love to do this more consistently and kind of, you know, have an audience. A modest one would be lovely, which I'm already starting to get. But yeah, but without going into another rambling whatever, that's about it for tonight. And until next time, I'll catch y'all later. Have a good one.